owe us.
I would never.
You owe us.
Yeah.
Hammers. You owe the hammers.
Sorry, I can't hear you.
You owe the hammers.
You owe the hammers.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. Listen, first time I've been cheering West Ham on. Yeah. I know. Great result. But last year as well, but we didn't benefit last year. But yeah. I think Arsenal's bogey team.
Did you see the WhatsApp? So, ambient mics, they're on constantly, so I'm asking them to be mindful of that. Big screen's not working, so it's phones and Surface Pros for timer. Of the two things, I think 4G on the phone will be more reliable, but Wi-Fi's okay at the moment, but I'm just saying historically 4G on the phone is more reliable. And we have one camera.
The London Assembly is the voice of London, composed of 25 members elected at the same time as the Mayor in order to hold him to account and scrutinise his policies. Can I welcome members, officers and the public here in the gallery and watching on the webcast. This is a Mayor's Question Time meeting of the Assembly, which means that all members are invited to attend. Today we will ask questions of the Mayor on the final draft consolidated budget for the GLA Group for the years 2025 to 2026. In case of an emergency and any need to exit the building, guests seated in the public gallery should follow security staff and Assembly members should follow the meeting clerk. Due to, as members have been briefed earlier, there are some problems with the IT here, and so therefore I would particularly ask members to speak clearly when they contribute, that they turn their phones off so that there is no interruption, and just bear with us. It is a challenging situation for us to be in with the IT situation. Can I now ask the clerk to confirm any apologies for absence?
Thank you, Chair. We have no apologies today.
Since we last met at the London Fire Brigade plenary, the Budget and Performance Committee questioned the Mayor on the changes to his budget proposals from his consultation budget to his final draft consolidated budget for 2025-26. And the Economy, Culture and Skills Committee published its report into London's nighttime economy. The report that recommends that the Mayor should push for London's live music industry to introduce a voluntary levy on arena and stadium tickets to support grassroots music venues. The Police and Crime Committee, and this week the Police and Crime Committee will begin its investigation into violence against women and girls. The Housing Committee will discuss leasehold charges. The Transport Committee will hold a Q&A with the Deputy Mayor for Transport and the TfL Commissioner. And the GLA Oversight Committee will hear from the Mayor's Fund for London. And as Chair of the Assembly, I attended a Q&A session with a group from King's Civic Leadership Academy from King's College London, and they grilled me. I must say the questions were hard. May I now ask the Assembly to note the interests set out at item 2, and do Assembly members have any other disclosable pecuniary interests which relate to the items on the agenda for today's meeting, or any other relevant interests, including any declarations in relation to gifts and hospitality which are not reflected in the authority's Register of Gifts and Hospitality? Assembly Member Roberts.
Chair, just in case the issue with the Royal Parks Police comes up, I'm a trustee of the Royal Parks.
No others? Thank you. Further to Standing Order 6.4, this meeting will be used principally to consider the Mayor of London's 2025-26 final draft consolidated budget proposals. We welcome the Mayor, who is accompanied by his Chief of Staff, David Bellamy, and the GLA's Chief Finance Officer, Faye Hammond. I will begin by asking the Mayor to present his final draft budget proposals, focusing in particular on the changes to the budget proposals since they were last presented to the Assembly on the 23rd of January 2025. The Assembly will then put questions to the Mayor on the budget proposals for up to 2 hours, and finally we'll move on to a debate and vote on those budget proposals. The Assembly's consideration of the final draft budget is covered by the budget procedures set out in Standing Order 6. Can I now ask the Mayor to present his final draft budget proposals? Mr. Mayor, you have up to 10 minutes.
Good morning. I'm pleased to be able to present my final draft budget today. Tackling crime is my top priority as Mayor, and I'll always use all the levers at my disposal to ensure the police in our city have the funding they need. That's why this final draft budget proposes an additional £83 million in investment, with an extra £10 million from City Hall and £73 million from central government. This additional funding is on top of the extra £237 million I announced last month, taking it to a record £320 million increase. In total, this means that we're putting in £1.159 billion in mayoral funding for the police in the next financial year. These big numbers can often mean little to people, so to put it into perspective, we're talking about the largest ever amount spent on policing in the capital, and the biggest year-on-year settlement increase ever proposed for the Met. This boost in funding is more important than ever, because after over a decade of cuts and underinvestment by the previous government and the previous mayor, the Met is facing a very difficult financial situation. Despite often talking tough on crime, the actions of Conservative ministers and the previous mayor never matched the rhetoric. We're taking a different approach, doing what's needed to turn things around, which includes more than doubling annual investment in policing from City Hall since I was first elected. This will help to keep hundreds of neighbourhood police officers on the streets and reduce expected cuts to key specialist units. The injection of police funding is all part of our approach of being both tough on crime and tough on the causes of crime. That's why this draft budget is also about continuing to invest in positive opportunities for young Londoners, helping to divert them away from crime and gangs and towards training and employment. We still have a long way to go, but this dual approach is proving effective. Since 2016, despite our population rise by more than 1 million and government austerity, the number of young Londoners injured with knives has reduced by nearly a quarter. Burglary has fallen by over a fifth, and homicides have dropped by 13%, with the number of teenage homicides last year down to its lowest level since 2012, and homicides for those under 25 the lowest in more than 20 years. Of course, there's much more to do, and I'll continue to work closely with the new government on the national long-term funding we need. But I'm sure Londoners, including Assembly members, will welcome this progress and the work we're doing to continue building a safer London for everyone. I don't have time in my opening statement to get into everything in this final draft budget, so I'll just mention two more important things. We're proposing additional funding for the London Fire Brigade to ensure it can continue to improve. The London Fire Brigade has now received an increase in its council tax funding from City Hall of more than 68% since I became mayor. We're also confirming £147.5 million to deliver free school meals for another year, the third year of this historic scheme. This funding will ensure that every pupil in every London State primary on every school day will be able to continue sitting with their classmates and share a hot, healthy, nutritious lunch. Free school meals are making such a difference to children and families right across our city, so I'm committed to ensuring this policy continues. Lastly, Chair, I'd like to thank Assembly members for their input and advice throughout this budget process, and say a special thank you to all the finance officers at City Hall and across the GLA group who've worked so hard behind the scenes to bring it all together. We look forward to taking your questions on how this budget will ensure we can continue building a fairer, safer and greener London for everyone.
Thank you. Assembly members will now put questions to the Mayor on the 7 sections of the budget, section by section, in the order set out in the budget document, starting with the Mayor's section of the budget. Questions are largely focused on seeking an update or clarification on matters relating to the final draft consolidated budget. Each group is allocated an amount of time proportional to their size, and the first question is from the City Hall Conservatives group. Assembly Member Garrett, please.
Morning. You often use funds from the GLA Mayor section of the budget to fund activity in particular parts of the GLA. You were just talking about tackling crime being your priority and pulling all the levers at your disposal. But if we look at your new proposed police and crime plan, there's not one mention of bicycle theft anywhere in it. It's about 16,000 words, not one of them about bike theft. Is that because you think there isn't money available to tackle bicycle theft, or is that because you think it's not a priority for Londoners?
So just for clarity, do you mean, in addition to the work the Met Police is doing, money the City Hall should be spending?
I thought my question was fairly clear, Mr. Mayor. There's nothing in your police and crime plan, and there's no budget allocation here to tackle bike theft. So do you think that's because the Met's already doing a bang-up job? There's nothing else required? Is it not a priority for you? Or is there just not the money there to tackle bike theft?
Well, two things that I'm surprised the members are not aware of. One is it's a draft police and crime plan. So there's opportunities for members, including the public, to respond to the draft plan, to give ideas about other things that the draft plan could have when it comes to the final plan. And secondly, I'm surprised you missed the announcement today from the new government in relation to giving police additional powers to go and, for example, search a property where there could be a bike that's stolen, which has the sat-nav equipment, so the owner of the bike knows where the bike is, and the police will now be able to, once this bill becomes the law, go into those properties and try and get that bike back. The police currently can only enter properties with limited exceptions if they've got a search warrant. This change announced today by the government will make it easier for the police to recover properties where owners have on their devices information about where that bike is. But I'm looking forward to receiving all responses to the draft police and crime plan and responding in due course.
Okay, well, I'm surprised the Mayor doesn't know that his currently enforced police and crime plan, which came out in after the previous election, also makes zero mention of bike theft. I would have thought he would be aware of that. 16,000 words, it runs to 33 pages if you print it out, the new one. Literally not one mention of bike theft, and the Mayor is telling Londoners that it never occurred to him, and perhaps Londoners could suggest to him that bike theft is a problem. mobile phone theft is also a problem, and in terms of tackling mobile phone theft and bike theft, I'm pleased to see that obviously the Mayor has been looking at our wonderful report, Tackling London's Theft Epidemic. Since when I asked you about phone theft in December, you just really spoke about what the mobile phone companies could do. I felt pretty certain that there was more that could be done in London. And I've noticed that you've suddenly started tweeting about it, which is perhaps step one. Step two might be to put something in your police and crime plan about it, or make an allocation in your budget. Are you planning to do either of those things?
Well, that's a lot of words for not saying much. Let me deal with the issue at the heart of this.
Apologies if I wasn't clear, Mr. Mayor. Are you planning to do anything about mobile phone theft in your budget allocations or in your police and crime plan, having dismissed the issue as an issue for mobile phone companies when I asked you in December?
Well, the Commissioner was here before the Assembly, I think, 2 weeks ago, and I'm surprised that the member wasn't listening to what the Commissioner said about the work that we're doing in relation to this issue, which is an awful issue if you've been the victim of a phone being stolen, because your personal data is on that phone, photographs and so forth. So in addition to enforcement side of things with targeted operations around transport hubs in those areas where we know there is a high prevalence of mobile phone theft and robbery, provided with the data which can do that. So lots of work taking place on enforcement. And yet I don't apologise for also working with the mobile phone companies and those networks to make sure they do more as well to make a stolen device useless, whether it's through kill switches or whether it's through the use of technology that the companies have. So we're doing both things, both enforcement and working with the companies as well. And the good news is we've seen with other areas of theft and robbery, whether it's car stereos, whether it's the sat-navs inside cars, you know, whether it's other things, for example, clothes in shops or cash from banks. Technology can be a deterrent to those stealing those things because it's useless when it's destroyed or stolen. So we're using the same sort of experience from the past to work with the companies going forward.
Yeah, so the Mayor is very long on what he's asking other people to do. He had an opportunity to write about what he would do in his budget and his police and crime plan, tens of thousands of words, nothing about bike theft, almost nothing about phone theft. Thank you, Chair. I will leave it there.
Assembly Member Bakari, please.
Thank you. In response to a recommendation from the Budget and Performance Committee's 12th of December meeting, you have said your Equalities team is reviewing the process for formulating appropriate and effective equalities impact assessments across the GLA group to be published with each functional body's draft budgets in 2026 to 2027. Would you be happy to commit your equalities team working with external disability experts such as Inclusion London, or even internal disability equality champion who could work in your office to help strategically coordinate this work?
Well, this, as you know, and thanks for your assistance in this since you've been on the Assembly, is an area that's really important to us. So the good news is we have a Deputy Mayor for Communities and Social Justice, Dr. Debbie Weeks Bernard, with a huge amount of expertise in this area before she became a Deputy Mayor. She already convenes external expertise and advice in the forum she chairs on a regular basis. So we've got outside experts helping the work we are doing. Additionally, one of the commitments I made in my manifesto was to set up new forums to work with the TfL, the Low Fire Brigade, and the Met Police Service. And you know, Debbie spends a lot of time with external experts, and she'll carry on doing so to ensure that we promote equity for disabled people in all aspects of the GLA work. In relation to the impact assessments, we do more impact assessments than anybody previously. I'm happy to take away any suggestions you've got in relation to those pieces of work, but we are really keen to make sure we carry on having equality impact assessments, because there may be some unintended consequences of some of our policies, and that's why it's important to have the assessments to see that there aren't any negative consequences for the policies we implement, and that's why it's important to do those.
Okay, thank you. I'll leave it there.
Thank you. Assembly Member Best, please.
Thank you. Good morning. I just wanted to come on to the national insurance increase. Do you have a good understanding of what that increase at the moment is to the GLA group as a whole, and have you done any working on what the total increase will be, including those third-party costs and increase of services?
Yeah, thanks for your question. So we've got some experience in this because twice before the government's increased the employer contribution on national insurance. The first time was 2011, 2012 in recent City Hall memory. The second time was 2022, 2023. So there's expertise within the organisation and the functional bodies. Generally speaking, the government's given us 100% to the Met Police Service of the employer contribution that the Met Police Service would have to pay. That's so much welcome. The government's given to the GLA 100% compensation for the amount of increase in the employer contribution of the GLA. For NLDC, they've given NLDC 100% of the contribution that NLDC have to pay for the employer national insurance contribution. For OPDC, the government's given 100% compensation for national insurance employer contribution they'll have to pay. For the London Fire Brigade, the government's given, roughly speaking, 2/3 of the national insurance contribution, and my budget today sets out the other third of that contribution. And for TfL, the government's given roughly a third of the employer contribution, and the other 2/3 TfL can cover well within its budget.
And sorry, there's a couple of points to pick up there. The first being, obviously, you raised the 22-23 increase, which you obviously know was reversed, so it didn't actually...
Part of it was.
So it didn't actually have the impact. We're talking about this is a staggering increase, unlike seen before, creating a black hole in TfL finances, unlike we've seen before, of the current £23 million. So I'm asking you, how are you addressing that black hole? And also, have you looked at the third-party costs and increase in service charges for the GLA group?
No, I think your question has got a false premise. The increase of 1% was what was there in 2011, 2012. So there is a precedent in relation to the increase, and the reversal was for partial in relation to the increase in 22, 23, not the entire going back to before 2011. So it's not quite the case in relation to previous...
Different figures. This is a really substantial increase, which has left a 23 million black hole in TfL finances.
Well, it was 1% in 2011 and 2012, and it's 1% in the budget announced by the Chancellor in October, so it's the same percentage.
Sorry, but with the settlement figures, you've now got a 23 million black hole in TfL finances. You've also had to plug that gap of 2.5 million in London Fire Brigade, which is taking money out of services that you could have provided from that bit of your money. So how are you working that out?
Well, there is no black hole in TfL's budget, so I'm surprised that the member thinks there is. TfL, unlike under any previous mayor, last year had an operating surplus. Never happened before in 23, 24, and they're predicting a surplus in 24, 25 as well. So I'm not sure what black hole she refers to.
The TfL are going to have to work out how to make savings in year in order to cover that £23 million. David Bellamy, to your right, has already said that it's not as much money as you'd have hoped for, and you are going to go back to the government to argue for more money because you haven't received what you had hoped for.
I think you're conflating the CSR negotiations with conversations about national insurance employer contribution. So in relation to the shortfall there is for the TfL budget, the savings in relation to the pensions, because of the valuation of the pensions, means that more than covers the £23 million. So it doesn't impact any of the services, but also there is no black hole. In relation to the CSR, we will be going to the government in advance of the CSR in June, asking for multi-year settlements for not just the GLA, but also for the Met Police Service, the Fire Brigade and other functional bodies, because that will give us certainty going forward.
I'm not conflating, and in fact, if you think I am, perhaps you should go to the press reports which talk specifically about the lack of funding for the NI increase which TfL received, and going back to the government to talk about that. I think at this stage, we really need to know how much do you want to be a part of those negotiations? Are you ready to stand up for London and admit this is bad for London, or are you going to back the Labour government?
Well, I think what's awful for London is a big black hole. A £22 billion black hole nationally is awful for London. That's why it's very important that the government addresses the black hole. You know, being prudent in your finances is really important. That's why I'm really proud at the credit rating we've got from Standard and Poor. If they were assessing the inheritance of this government, the legacy they took over, they won't be receiving the credit rating we've received of AA. And that's why it's really important to make sure the books
Position
balance.
that this
And one of those
if you-
books balance
sorry,
is to
if you
bring more
look at
money in
inheritance,
or to spend less.
That's just not correct, Mr Mayor. If you look at the inheritance of this Labour government compared to what the Conservative and Lib Dem coalition inherited in 2010, they're worlds apart. This Labour government had everything to play for. They've already crashed our economy. They've already made us the lowest growing nation in the G7. And this is about 10 months in, you know, and you have to make a decision. Are you going to stand up for London? It was really easy for you before, because you could take a hit at the government and you say, not my fault, Gov, every year. This is your first budget where you're going to have to decide if you want to stand up for London or stand up to the Labour government.
Well, this Labour government has, in one budget, given more than 6 times police funded in cash terms than the previous government over 14 years. £280 million from this government to the Met Police Service, and I'm really grateful for them doing so. This year, because of this new government, we'll be investing in the police service more than £320 million, the biggest increase they've received in 196 years. So I'm really grateful for the investment this police has.
Londoners aren't grateful. Leave it there.
Well, they're pretty grateful last May in my election, and in July in the general election. Long may that carry on.
Thank you. Could I remind members to, because of the challenges that we have with the microphones, to use your public meeting voice for this meeting? And could I ask the Mayor to project a little bit more, please, because of we do have problems. The next is on my list is Assembly Member Hirani, please.
Thank you, Chair. Economic growth is a key mission for the new national government, and London has a significant role to play within that. How does your budget support that mission?
We'll be publishing shortly the London Growth Plan, which we've been consulting businesses, councils, and many others across London over the last few weeks and months. That'll set out more detail of our plans going forward. But the best example of us supporting the government in terms of growth is their support to us in terms of capital for TfL. The previous government, which some of this Assembly is so fond of, took away the operating grant, and last year gave a fraction of the capital money we received. This government has doubled that, almost. So it's now £485 million. That helps growth, because we can renew, maintain, but also grow public transport. That leads to additional housing, which leads to not just homes for families who desperately need it, but it leads to jobs. And so, the TfL budget is a good example of the growth agenda, not just in London, but across the country. The new Piccadilly Line trains are made across the country, the new trams made elsewhere, the DLR trains and so forth. So that's a really good example, just one, of how we're going to help support the government's mission, which we as a city need of growth.
And you mentioned the role that transport and investing in London's transport network can play, and also the comprehensive spending review coming forward. What else may you be asking for in the comprehensive spending review to drive London's growth and the country's growth?
I mean, I think the CSI is really an important opportunity for us to first try and get the long-term deals, 3-year budgets, 5-year budgets, and so forth. But also, as you suggest, to try and stimulate growth. Transport is an enabler for not just more housing, but for jobs, wealth, and prosperity. Think about, for example, the impact the Northern Line extension has had on the homes in Battersea Power Station, but also stimulating the 9 Elms part of our city. Think about Barking Riverside. What's that done for the homes in that part of London, the Superloop, in terms of better service in London? So what we're keen to persuade the government to do is 3 things, essentially. The Docklands Light Railway extension to Thamesmead, potentially 30,000 homes minimum. We're keen to persuade the government to support the Bakerloo Line extension south, and also we're trying to get government support for the West London Orbital. We also think with the government support we could have Superloop 2, Bakerloop, and other expansions of public transport across our city. All of these stimulate growth, but also they support the quality of life Londoners have.
And that point you make about investing in the transport network, supporting over 100,000 jobs from Falkirk to Farnborough, how are you making that point to government?
Well, one of the things we've got to get across to this government is actually when you invest in TfL, the rest of the country benefits as well. Not just because we contribute hugely to the the government's economy, roughly speaking, quarter of GDP, GVA comes from London, but 2/3 of, so 66 pence of every pound spent goes to businesses outside London. 2,000 businesses benefiting from investment in TfL capital. You mentioned the amount of jobs across the country. Many of the new industries, low carbon, will be industries outside of London, the zero emission buses and so forth. So we're trying to get across, not just to the government, but to MPs across the country, how we all benefit by the capital city receiving decent investment.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you. Assembly Member Ahmed, please.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, very recently you announced the formation of the Nightlife Task Force to look at London's nighttime economy. I wonder how your final budget and that new Nightlife Task Force will help support the capital's nighttime economy.
Well, look, we've seen, thank you for your question, and we've seen over the last few years across the country and across the globe real challenges in the nighttime economy. In this country, the cost of living crisis, the cost of doing business crisis, to think about business rates and rent, think about the shift in consumer behaviour there's been, think about staff shortages, think about licensing and the challenges that poses. So all those are some of the examples of why it's a real challenge in the nighttime economy across the country. It's no consolation to me that things are less bad in London than other cities in the country. We've got to make sure we support this really important economy. So a number of things we're doing. You mentioned the independent nighttime task force. They've got the assistance of an advisory group, TfL, Met Police Service, trade unions and others. They've got the expertise of a consultancy group to advise them what's happening elsewhere in the world that we can pinch ideas from and so forth. But we're investing in the recommendations they're going to make in 6 months' time. There's money set aside for doing that. The night tube and the night bus, we're still committed to those. We were lobbied during the pandemic by the government to stop providing those services. We said no. It's really important to continue to do that for the economy. We're going to expand public services, public transport as well. You'll have seen our investment to the Women's Night Safety Charter. We're going to carry on encouraging more venues to take that up. Women don't feel as safe as they should feel safe. Working with councils, Westminster being one good example of a great council who have invested in CCTV. I want to thank Westminster Council for their commitment. The leaders have done a great job in finding money to invest in CCTV. And there are other things we're doing. The key thing is we don't want to preempt the report of the Nightlife Task Force, so we'll be waiting for their recommendations and then backing them up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As you are aware, the Music Venues Trust is encouraging stadium-sized venues to support grassroots music by making a small voluntary donation for each seat sold. Do you think this will help secure a future for smaller venues?
I think it's important to support grassroots venues, and it's worth reminding ourselves that actually the success of stadium-sized venues is because of the success of artists who first learned their trade in grassroots music venues. We've done lots of things to support them, agent of change, planning changes, supporting councils in relation to nighttime strategy. I'm interested in looking at that voluntary levy. It's been welcomed by artists who are already successful, which shows they understand the responsibility they have. And I think, bearing in mind, we are now the music capital of the world. Look at Spurs, look at Wembley, look at London Stadium, look at the events taking place just this summer, summer which is in the public domain. There's a lot of people going to these gigs, and if these stadiums were to contribute just a small amount in relative terms to the grassroots music scene, it'd be a real boost to them. So what may appear a small amount to stadiums is a massive amount when it comes to when it's received by the grassroots music venue. So I'm interested in the voluntary levy. I know the Select Committee in Parliament has also supported this, and so I think it's an idea worth considering.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And finally, just going back to the Nightlife Task Force, what do you think success would look like for that initiative?
So what we managed to do after 2016 is, if you look back the years before 2016, there was a decline in LGBT venues in London. There was a decline in nighttime venues in London. We managed to have a plateau and then an increase before the pandemic. And what we need to do in relation to the Independent Nighttime Task Force is wait for the recommendations. Hopefully we can action the recommendations pretty swiftly. What we'd like to see is that plateauing again, so no more closed down, and then more open up. And that's why I deliberately mentioned the importance of reflecting the change in consumer attitudes. I'll give you an example. When you speak to some small venues, they say years ago, a large proportion of their income was drinks. Younger people now, I'm making a generalisation to make the point, young people now their spending habits is different to what it was 10 years ago, our generation. And so the adaptability of the business model is really important. So we want to make sure the recommendations are action, but also we want to make sure the scene thrives going forward.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you, Chair.
Assembly Member Cooper, please.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Mr Mayor. I just wanted to ask you something about how your budget is going to address the objectives of the London Environment Strategy. How are you going to continue to address those objectives?
Well, firstly, can I thank you for your support over years about the climate budget we've got. If you remember, it's an idea I stole from Oslo or Copenhagen, so from Copenhagen, carbon budgeting. And what we're doing now is taking it to the next level in relation to the environment, because you all know the link between everything we do and the climate change obligations we have and the impact on the environment. So what we've done is this year a further iteration of the carbon budget, but also you'll be aware of the work we're doing lobbying the government to get support for some of this agenda in relation to net zero carbon, in relation to rewilding, in relation to greening our schools and so forth. So we now know what actions we need to do. We now know how much they're going to cost. We can also set out how much are funded and which of those are unfunded. And that's really important in terms of not just lobbying, but in terms of leveraging in private money as well.
So in terms of things that we need to address to achieve net zero, obviously when 2016, when you first arrived, the biggest creation of emissions was transport. One or two things have happened since then, for example, ULEZ. So now the biggest source of fossil emissions in London is domestic dwellings. And I just wondered if you could maybe unpack a little some of the proposals to deal with London's carbon emissions through the Warmer Homes London programme. And if you could also tell us a little about what support is available for Londoners to help insulate, but also to help heat pumps.
Yeah, no, thanks for that question, and thanks for your support over the last 8.5 years and some of the policies you talked about, which have been a massive success. So because of success in reducing carbon emissions from transport, you're spot on, we're now going to look at the other two big areas, offices and homes. The challenge with homes in London is the numbers of private renters we have, 2.7 million. Why is that a challenge? Because if you're a tenant, you probably couldn't afford to, but you've got no reason to double glaze the property or insulate the loft or insulate the cavities because it's not your property, right? If you're a landlord, there's no real incentive because you're not living there and you don't pay the bills, right? And so I welcome the announcement from the government this week about consulting on, landlords having to address these properties, which aren't just leading to big bills for tenants, but leading to issues in relation to carbon emissions. The good news with the Warmer Homes work we're doing is London Council has been brilliant. London councils who own lots of these homes are working with the GLA now. We're going to set up a Warmer Homes hub. We're putting in money. London councils are putting in money. And the idea is on, economies of scale to sort of retrofit double glazing, loft insulation, cavity walls, big numbers of homes in rapid time. And because of economies of scale, we can do it the unit cost cheaper than would otherwise be the case. And the budget sets out some of the things we can do. The same goes for boiler upgrades and boiler installations and heat pumps. Again, just think about the potential of, district heating networks, the potential of using the heat from the underground. And so we are working with housing associations and councils to try and do work on this and then scale it up. And the government are receptive to giving us support to do this.
Can you set out any kind of vision of, or underneath the vision, what we might see in terms of numbers?
So we in City Hall are going to commit, I think, £10 million in relation to the One London approach to establish the new hub. London councils are willing to contribute £400,000, which is, bear in mind, how tight things are is a big investment from London councils. And the One London approach will lead to this Swarmer Homes London hub. We think not just reducing carbon emissions, but reducing people's bills as well. And the relevant government department have set out a national pot of £1.79 billion, and we're going to try and bid for some of that for London. Having this one hub means attractive for the government rather than disparate sums, which you don't see the benefits for. We can say to the government, look, we've organised ourselves as one hub. These are the amount of homes we own collegially, HAs, councils, and we think with the right investment we can really change the challenges you've made into being an opportunity.
I think it would be very welcome to Londoners, particularly today when we've just heard that the energy price cap is going to be lifted again. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Assembly Member Moema, please.
Thank you, Chair. And good morning, Mayor Khan. Good morning, Faye and David. My question to you is around the support that your budget will give to helping address and confront London's housing crisis. So how will the £1.5 billion capital spend be used to make sure that happens?
Well, that spending is in a number of different pots, but the biggest part of that and the biggest pot is Affordable Homes Programme. And so, you know, it's been a particularly challenging time for the housing sector across the country. I think the Home Builders Federation predict that the fewest number of homes started any time since the Second World War across the country. And so what we're trying to do is to use the grant we have from the government to support councils and housing associations and developers to ramp up the amount of affordable homes. But it's a challenge. You know, low growth, high interest rates, high construction costs, low skills, availability of bricklayers and so forth. You know, it's challenged with interest rates being as high as they are, but we are going to use, you know, the money we have to try and stimulate the housing market to build those affordable homes that Londoners desperately need.
Thank you for that. Yeah, you have mentioned some of the challenges, and there is clearly we've been in a perfect storm when it comes to kind of those outputs. But I want to just ask you how the Affordable Homes Programme specifically addresses the housing crisis. I know that of the homes that have been started with GLA funding, 72% have been for social rent, which is really welcome and excellent progress in the last few years. But just if there is more that the Affordable Homes Programme could be doing to address the crisis.
So it's not just the money from the Affordable Homes Programme. We're asking the government for support in terms of planning, the National Policy Framework. The National Planning Policy Framework is very important. The Unit on the Plan is being worked on. So we're doing sort of advanced work in relation to that going forward. But the Affordable Homes Programme is an opportunity for councils and registered social landlords who can't otherwise afford to build the homes, for the reasons you've said, the perfect storm, are able to do so because of contribution from the Affordable Homes Programme. The challenge is, you know, whereas, you know, 8 years ago, X pounds would be able to help one council home, now it's almost X times 3 because of, you know, a variety of challenges that councils, housing associations have, and that's the challenge they've got. And so what some registered social landlords are doing is, because of their priority in terms of they've got to improve standards, they've got to deal with issues post-Grenfell, they've got to deal with issues in terms of decent home standards, they're making the choice not to start new homes. And we've got to persuade them actually you've got to do both, start new homes, but also remedy the homes you've currently got. And that's why we're lobbying the government for more support from them in relation to that conversation.
Okay, thank you. And just picking up on something that my colleague, Assembly Member Cooper mentioned, she mentioned private renters. And there are 2.7 million of them, as you said, in the capital. What effect do you expect the Renters' Rights Bill to have on Londoners' standards?
Well, in the medium to long term, it will lead to hopefully few people being homeless, few people being rough sleepers, few people suffering the misery of an eviction without notice at very short notice. In the short term, it poses challenges because I think some landlords are using the opportunity to do a Section 21 no-fault eviction in advance of the bill becoming an act of Parliament. And that's one of the reasons why many of us are frustrated at the dividend delay from the previous government, because it gave landlords a chance to take opportunities. So there's a big backlog, I'm told. of tenants who've been served Section 21, and that's going to be a challenge in the short term. But it's not just Section 21, it's OARB's law. You know, because you see it in your constituency, the impact of damp and mould. OARB's law spread into the private sector is very important as well. You know, previously it was just going to be for public housing, now it's going to be for private housing, really important. Decent home standards will really change things in terms of the quality of life of your constituents and those across London as well. I think what we also need is, you know, sort of an ombudsman that also deals with the private sector. We've got an ombudsman that deals with the you know, public housing, but that's really important as well. The good news is, you know, is I think the improvement in quality of housing, in addition to more homes being built, is the only way we're going to address the housing crisis in the medium to long term. And that's why we need the new homes, but also an improvement in terms of the quality of housing and security of tenure for those in the private sector.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And if we can go on the clock, please. Mr. Mayor, subsequent to our last budget meeting, the Assembly unanimously passed a motion calling on you to support measures to get rid of leasehold and introduce common hold. It also called upon you to set up a pilot common hold scheme. Pilot common hold scheme. I wondered if we could see that in your budget at all, and whether or not you would take those recommendations on board.
Chair, I've not had a chance to look at the motion that they're talking about. What I can say is that all the properties were involved in, I think, like 999-year leases. But can I take that away and write to you rather than being inaccurate, because I'm caught in the hoof here? I'd rather write to you and be accurate, if that's okay with your permission.
Okay, thank you for that. Do you recognise that some leaseholders find themselves in an impossible situation where they are unable to sell, unable to sublet, unable to move, and faced with enormous charges for things like cladding and renovations? Do you recognise that that is the plight of many Londoners?
Absolutely. I experienced this as a councillor, as a member of Parliament, and now as a mayor. What was once a dream has become a nightmare. These are albatrosses around their neck because they can't sell, because they've got to disclose what ground rents and service charges are, but also some of the charges that they've got to pay, they weren't consulted on. You mentioned a couple of cladding, landscaping, new lifts being installed, windows they didn't need, and I could go on. And it is really important to address this issue. The government has announced, as you know, plans to address this issue. Your question was about the budget, which is why I can't answer you in relation to the money we've spent. I'm happy to write to you in relation to that.
Thank you for that. Do you recognise also that when an individual leaseholder is in that situation, they haven't a clue what to do. They don't know where to go, and it's creating an awful lot of problems with people's mental health because of this lack of help for those leaseholders in that situation. Do you recognise that?
I do, Chair. I've actually, unfortunately, met leaseholders who, I don't want to breach confidences, but are thinking about suicide because it just affects everything about them. They're not sure they're going to pay this. Even a monthly payment is humongous. And this phrase, buyer beware, which is used against them, you should have been aware of this when you bought the property, is really unfair because a lot of them just didn't know about this, and often there's a big surge in the ground rent or service charge that wasn't there before because maintenance costs have built up and stuff. So I understand completely the problem, and I've been on many protests and demonstrations with leaseholder groups, and we need to change the law.
I look forward to the letter you'll be writing. So back off the clock again. There are no other. Anybody else want to come in on the Mayor of London section? No. We next move to the London Assembly section. Is there anybody there? Nobody wants to ask a question about bringing in house IT today. I certainly would be enthusiastic to debate that. But nobody here. Nobody here.
There's no IT at the moment, so no one here.
They're not here, that's the point. Anyway, that's my gripe. We'll next move on to, therefore, the Mayor of London section. I beg your pardon, not the Mayor of London, the MOPAC section, the Mayor's Office for Policing and Crime section. And the first question will be asked by Assembly Member Hirani.
Assembly Member Duval, Chair, apologies.
Oh, you've replaced, I do apologise. Assembly Member Duval.
I'm replaced is the first I've heard about it.
I'm so glad.
Can I just say, you've given commitment to policing from the very start of your administrations in terms of your contribution. Sadly, government hasn't for the first 2 terms of your administration, and now we have. So in total, we have probably 320 million extra police expenditure in this budget to work in tackling and reducing crime in London. Just take us through about how you think that contribution, the difference that will make if we can get the expenditure into practical action.
Well, it's worth firstly reminding ourselves how we got here, which is since 2010, the Met Police Service has faced a real-term cuts of £1.1 billion when you do inflation versus the amount of money they received from the previous government and the previous mayor. £1.1 billion delta, which has been cut over the last 14 years. And so we also know that when there were opportunities for the previous mayor to support the police by using council tax presets, he chose not to do so. We could have a conversation about the merits or demerits of doing so. That's meant, roughly speaking, the Met Police Service and the LFB are down by £500 million, which is part of the black hole that we face. You also know that as a national and international capital city, we receive far less than we're supposed to do. And that's the context of London losing police officers, police staff, police stations over the last 14 years. Over the last 8 years, what I've done is use every lever at my disposal. So I have raised council tax to support the police. I'm told the council tax support from City Hall since I've been mayor has given the police £7.3 billion. £7.3 billion from council tax City Hall to the Met Police Service since I became mayor. The amount we contribute next year is going to be £1.159 billion. £1.159 billion from City Hall to the Met Police Service, a combination of council tax and business rates. We also now know that since we've changed government in July, this government has increased the amount of NIC money, National International Capital Cities grant money, by more than 34%. So we will receive £64 million more in NIC money than we did in the past. We've not had that increase for more than a decade, that sort of increase. And we also now know, because of our lobbying and because of the support of this government, the government is going to give us, for next year, £280 million for the Met Police Service, biggest increase in anyone's memory. But to give you an idea of context, in cash terms of the last 14 years in cash terms, we've received £40 million. In cash terms in 1 year, from this government, we've received £280 million. Add the £40 million from the decisions I've made in City Hall, means the Met Police Service receives next year a record-breaking £320 million. The problem is, though, the £1.1 billion black hole that they've got, and efficiencies only go so far in terms of savings, which is why, you know, the Commissioner's got to make some difficult choices next year, because, you know, 320 is not the same as £1.1 billion, and he's tried to be really dexterous in efficiencies, and it's going to be, you know, it's going to be difficult for us, but, you know, we are now on the pathway of support from a decent government, but also the CSR is the prize in June for us to get stability, certainty and long-term funding of the Met Police Service and the GLA.
But it gives you a chance to embed neighbourhood policing in a way that we've had fits and starts because of the lack of government support in terms of that. It also gives us a way to change the nature of the way that policing is being put into practice in some ways around some of the outcomes as well.
Well, you'll be aware that actually, you know, before the previous mayor took over, we had proper neighbourhood policing, the 3-2-1 model, right? 1 sergeant, 2 police officers, 3 PCSOs. Good news, since January, the government's given the Met Police Service £22.8 million and it's marked for neighbourhood policing. So the government's quite clear, their priority is neighbourhood policing. The Commissioner's quite clear, his priority is neighbourhood policing, public protection and response. So it means we can get bobbies back on the beat, really important.
So over the years, I've always been astonished to hear certain things in this chamber and some things that took place outside. So Boris Johnson, basket of 5, prioritised thefts in gardens, sheds, thefts in that, over violent crime. I'm astonished to hear you being attacked around partnership issues that everyone plays its part in tackling crime. Manufacturers designing out crime to make it difficult for criminals to reuse mobile phones. What commentary can you say about that in terms of as we go forward in tackling crime? Because I'm unsure, we're talking to business on a number of issues, social media causing lots of misery and deaths on the misuse of social media and the lack of intervention by manufacturers. This laissez-faire approach of going easy on them in not tackling their part in crime in terms of reinforcing what the police enforcement actually is, do you think that's really wise as a way forward as a crime strategy?
Well, it shows, I mean, I'm sorry to say this, it's just a lack of understanding how crime works. Organised criminal gangs are involved in mobile phone thefts and mobile phone robberies. We know, because of the work the Met Police Service and the National Crime Agencies have done, many of the phones stolen end up in countries across the globe. Analysis by the Met Police Service showed phones in faraway places as Nigeria, as Algeria, and other places across the globe. The NCA have confirmed organised criminal gangs are involved, and what's important is to work with the phone manufacturers and those who provide the networks. So, look, what can we do to make a second-hand phone useless to a thief or robber or organised criminal gangs? And I'm surprised that there are some colleagues who don't want us to be working with the private sector. I think it's really important to be hard on enforcement, and that's why the police are working really hard with neighbourhood teams on enforcement to catch those who are on the streets, but also to prevent it. At the same time, working with manufacturers, working with the phone companies to try and do what we can to address this issue at source.
Long may you continue to do it and not listen to the people that would take us into darker spaces in London.
Don't worry about that.
Assembly member, you can ask straight away because you're next. Assembly member Hall.
Thank you, Chair, because I can't hear anything. Mr. Mayor, this is the first time in 8 years I've been allowed to shout at you. So even if it's only because of this wretched sound system in this wretched awful building that not one of us wanted to be brought to. So let's ask the questions that Londoners will want to know. How many police officers are we going to be left with after this atrocious budget?
Well, firstly, Chair, it is a budget meeting, so us leaving the palatial offices...
Speak louder, because I can't hear.
Well, Chair, it is a budget meeting. Us leaving those palatial offices save £60 million over 5 years, and that's every pound we save can be spent providing public services to Londoners. And I'm sorry, some members missed the palatial offices they had by Tower Bridge. It's important to use money not on palatial offices, but serving Londoners. In relation to police officer numbers, the Commissioner has made clear he'll use the figures we've given him, the additional £83 million, and we'll be working on a budget which he'll be presenting to MOPEC over the course of the next couple of weeks. MOPEC will publish their budget as they do over the course of the next few weeks, and that will set out the number of officers that police are able to afford.
Okay, well, I didn't catch most of that, but I don't think there was a number of final police officers. Can you tell me exactly what services are going to be cut? Because you're expecting us to vote on this budget. So we want to know how many police officers that this will cut down in the Metropolitan Police. We want to know what services are going to be cut, because we're supposed to vote on this. And let's not forget, these are political choices you are making.
It is a political choice to increase to record amounts the amount of money the Met Police Service received to £1.159 billion. It is a political choice. Unlike the previous mayor, I've raised council tax precept to support the police. It is a political choice not to repeat the errors of the previous mayor in cutting from the police service around £350 million that they otherwise would have received. It is a political choice from me to make sure the police over the last 8 years have received £7.3 billion. And it is a political choice for me to vote Labour in July, which led to a new government that have contributed next year to the Met Police Service an additional £280 million. And it is a political choice that I've made to support the police since January by an additional £10 million. And it was a choice that I made politically to be on the side of police, to be on the side of law and order.
Do you know, I do wonder if you're having a sort of a bromance with Boris, because at every given opportunity, you mention him. You have been mayor now for coming up 9 years. Start taking some responsibility for what you decide to do, not going back in the past, or we'll start going through all the stupidities like bicycle ballet that you waste money on, and street parties and beach parties. They're in the past. But that's all you ever do. So can I ask again, exactly how many police officers are we going to lose off the streets of London?
Well, since 2010, we've lost thousands of police officers off the streets of London. We've lost, since 2010, thousands of PCSOs off the streets of London. And since 2010, we've lost thousands of police staff across London, and dozens of police stations since 2010. I'm really pleased and proud that City Hall funding has paid for 1,300 police officers in the police service. We've also set aside over the last 2 years funding for 500 PCSOs. And because of the record investment from City Hall and the record investment from this new government, we will lose fewer officers than would otherwise be the case.
Are you incapable of actually telling me how many officers we're going to lose? Are you incapable of telling us what services we're going to lose? Because we need these services. You constantly say that keeping people safe is your top concern. And yet you can't even answer these simple questions. How many police officers are Londoners going to lose off their streets? How many backroom officers are they going to lose? You must know, because you are the Police and Crime Commissioner. Can we please have an answer?
Well, I'm really surprised that the member was silent for the 14 years of a Conservative government when it came to police officers.
I have never been silent over anything, Mr. Mayor. You should know that. Can we just have an answer, please? It's quite simple.
Well, I'm really surprised that the member wasn't lobbying for more money from the previous government over the last 14 years and hasn't welcomed, not one welcome of the record investment from Yvette Cooper, not one welcome from the increased investment from City Hall. So these are crocodile tears about somebody who claims to care about police officer numbers but is not willing to invest in police officer numbers. It's worth reminding ourselves that the Conservative Party is against me using the lever of council tax to invest in police officers.
Mr. Mayor, you know we're on the clock and you're mumbling away. I'm not mumbling, I'm trying to make myself perfectly clear. I had 2 questions. How many police officers are going to be left and what services are going to be cut? And you are incapable of answering that. All you talk about is the previous mayor and mumbling on about what happened in the past. It's pointless me going on, Chairman, because he won't answer a thing.
Chair, I've got no idea why London's rejected that on May the 2nd.
Assembly Member Garbett, please.
I don't really want you to comment on why they rejected me either. So, so back to the questions. In the tough choices document, there's a number of things I'd like to really dig into to understand what they mean for Londoners.
Sure.
So the area that's titled back office. So Greens on the Assembly have previously raised concerns about the disproportionate use of stop and search, the inappropriate use of strip search, particularly on children, and the use of force resulting in injury and hospitalisation for children. So my reading of this back office function bit sounds like they might be reducing the capacity to review these tactics. So I just wondered if you could explain a bit like that.
No, thanks for raising that. You've reminded me of an important point. Back office support is really important to enable, inverted commas, front office work to be done. And over the last 14 years, the police service has been hollowed out of that back office expertise. And that's one of the reasons, actually, when you read Dame Louise Case's report, and you read HMI in detail, the abilities of the Met Police Service leadership to know what's happening is one of the reasons is because of the hollowing out of back office. So to reassure you, the Commissioner's keen to address the issue of the Met Police Service being, in his words, bent out of shape. Because for understandable reasons, politicians want frontline officers, which leads to the first thing to go is the back office function. So the Commissioner is very keen to keep, appropriate back office functions to make sure there is proper analysis of what's happening on the front line. We've now got a Chief Scientific Officer who makes sure we can analyse what's going on the front line. One of the reasons we know, for example, where to target for addressing the issue of mobile phone thefts is we've got the data, because the back office team are doing the analysis in relation to
it's
this.
making sure that that use of tactics as well, so making sure that we're making sure that the officers are using those with, limiting force and limiting harm in the way that they use tactics. So it's just that specific line, around the inspections of use of force and stop and search.
I think the Commissioner's been just transparent about the options that he has, and when he publishes, the final version of his budget, we'll make sure we set that out.
That's really helpful. The next bit I wanted to talk about was the section D, which has got the frontline policing, against violence and crime, which does mention drug policing. So I wondered how that's in line with Dame Cara Black's Harm to Hope report, and also if that would impact the number of, inverted commas, addicts that get arrested, as mentioned by the Met Commissioner previously.
So in relation to the issue of section D you mentioned, which is page 4, in relation to serious violence and serious organised crime, you'll be aware of the link between serious organised crime and drugs. Big drugs market in relation to import of drugs. The NCA works closely with the Met Police Service in relation to this issue. So specialist teams is one of the options the government is, the Met Police Service Commissioner is looking into, I beg your pardon, and so he's assessing how to make the savings. Now, one option is a salami slice of everybody, an equal percentage, or one is to focus on neighbourhood policing, public protection and response, which is the strategy he's going to use, and that will clearly dictate the savings made in relevant team.
And will your drug commission be out in time for the Met Commissioner to make his final budget? Because obviously that might make recommendations around the way that drugs are policed.
No, the report of the Drugs Commission has no bearing on the Met Police budget. What it is about is looking into issues about, in particular, cannabis and lessons learned across the globe, lessons learned medically and so forth. You'll be aware, in relation to police powers on stop and search and drugs, they come from national legislation, acts of parliament, not from...
I thought that it was grounded in the disproportionality of young black boys and their experience of the over-policing because of cannabis policing. I thought that was the framing of the Drug Commission.
No, it's not. But the Drugs Commission does not change the law. The law used by the Met Police Service is what's set out in PACE and a number of other legislations, including the Misuse of Drugs Act, not what's set out in a report from a City Hall Drugs Commission.
As we've been hearing, this is a budget about choices, and you're choosing which parts of the law to enforce, and you could choose to deprioritise the policing of cannabis, which I thought was in the frame of the Commission.
I think we're in danger of you suggesting that we tell the police how to police those operational matters. What we can do is set out the framework in the Policing Crime Plan. What we can do is to make sure we make the Commissioner aware of what our priorities are. But issues of operational independence are things that I feel quite strongly about.
You're making a decision to deprioritise policing of the parks, but continuing to police young black men for small amounts of cannabis. Like that is a choice that's being made in this budget.
No, I think the choice that's been made is for us to prioritise public protection, neighbourhood policing, and response in the context of 14 years worth of cuts in Met Police in budget. So these are operational matters, and so if, for example, option A leads to more neighbourhood police officers, that's something the Commission will look into. But the context is the Commissioner having to make tough choices based on 14 years worth of austerity.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I look forward to the budget, the Drug Commission when it comes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Assembly Member Roberts, please.
Thanks, Chair, and good morning. Mr Mayor, throughout this budget process, concerns have been raised repeatedly about the proposed axing of the Royal Parks Police. Yesterday, the Evening Standard reported that armed, organised criminal gangs are already targeting Londoners in the Royal Parks, specifically during periods when there is no operational shift being covered. You mentioned in your response to Assemblymember Hall that, I think it was the phrase you used, it is a political choice 7 times. Your 8th political choice is the refusal to ring-fence funding for the Royal Parks Police. Will this political choice make Londoners and tourists less safe while visiting the Royal Parks?
Well, I'm really pleased that you've decided to raise the issue of political choice, because it was a Conservative Lib Dem government that in 2010
I wonder if we may focus on the subject in hand, Mr. Mayor.
You asked the question.
I did,
you may regret,
and I was hoping to get an answer to it.
You may regret mentioning political choice that your government made in 2010, which was austerity. One of the consequences of the austerity made as a political choice between 2010 and 2015 was cuts in the Met Police Service. It was a political choice. And as a consequence of that political choice...
but throughout all that time, the Royal Parks Police survived.
Because it's 5 years' worth of cuts rather than 14 years' worth of cuts. And you'll be aware that in 2015, when the Lib Dems were no longer in government, the Conservatives carried on with
But this is
austerity.
your record, not the previous record. You've been given
you may not-
£320
I mean,
million
the member,
extra.
The member may not like to hear the answer, but at least
I
just give me a
want to
courtesy.
hear the answer. But not this answer, because it's irrelevant.
he's interrupted 6 times because he doesn't like the answer, right? And so that's the consequence of the political choice your government made. And you've got to live with those consequences, right?
So
you made a choice.
So the
several
current
times.
government's given you
This-
300...
the 8th interruption.
So you've got 320 million extra. You could make the political choice not to axe the Royal Parks Police. Your legacy will be axing the Royal Parks Police. Is that correct?
Is it my turn now?
Yeah.
Okay. So this commissioner and this mayor are living with the consequences of 14 years' worth of cuts from central government. We have a new government now that's reversing that. So this government in 1 year is giving to us £280 million, more than 6 times what we received in the last 14 years. That is not enough to fill the £1.1 billion black hole, which began as a political choice when your party were in government. Now, the good news is I have also made a choice over the last 8 years, and I've been opposed by some of the Assembly, to raise council tax to support the Met Police Service. That means I'm able to, this year, invest £1.159 billion in the Met Police Service. That is still, I'm afraid, not enough to fill the massive black hole between 2010 and 2024. Now, I'm not in the habit of making operational choices for the Commissioner, either this one, the previous one, or the one before her. The Met Police Service Commissioner is well experienced to understand where every pound can be spent prudently to address the issue of the public asks for, good neighbourhood policing, good public protection, and good response. I hear you, though, in relation to your genuine concerns, because of your expertise, not just as a trustee, but because you know the area, about the additionality the Royal Parks Police provides. And I've passed those on to the Commissioner because you make really salient points, and I get it. But it is tough for a commissioner who's got this inheritance, which is just awful.
Thank you. I am conscious of the clock, so thank you for your answer.
Assembly Member Wilson, please.
Thank you, Chair. In last week's press release, and repeated many times today, you've talked very strongly about the 1.159 billion funding that you're putting in to the police this year, and that the quote, bearing down on crime and keeping Londoners safe is my top priority as Mayor. I think as an opening statement that's to be welcomed. But when you launched your budget consultation and invited comments from the public, one verbatim comment that came up was that London is lawless. And there's a number of reasons why I think people can be understood why they might feel that is the case. You have phones stolen every 5 minutes, rape reported every hour, shoplifting de facto decriminalised, 50% increase in knife offences since the pandemic, and stop and search being halved in the last 3 years. So the picture is very different from how it kind of starts to be explained. But I'm glad you mentioned political choice, because there is a political choice that runs throughout this budget. And it's hidden. We had to add up different parts of the figures to get there. But you're spending 1.16 billion on policing. You are spending 1.41 billion on net zero and climate. And there's some of the things that are included in that. 162 million on cycleways and LTNs on top of what Borough's already spending. 104 million just this year on zero emission fleet. Noble ambition, but is that seriously a priority when police numbers are still very much under threat? So my question, Mr. Mayor, is how can you honestly claim that nothing is more important to you than tackling crime when your budget tells a different story, you're planning to spend £250 million more on something completely different, you know, on effective net zero virtue signaling rather than keeping Londoners safe?
Well, the member mentioned the issue of cycling, I think, in part of his preamble. I'm sure he'll be aware that on the streets of our city every year, more than 3,000 Londoners are either killed or seriously injured on our streets. More than 3,000. Just to give you an idea of context, you know, last year, because of our policies, we've reduced homicides to record lows, which are nowhere near 3,000. They're near 100. So it's possible to do two things at the same time, but he's conflating capital expenditure with revenue expenditure. In terms of capital, for the last few years, we've received no money from the government in terms of the Met Police Service and capital. What this budget is about in terms of the Met Police Service is revenue to spend on the things that we care about. With the net zero stuff, some of the stuff he's mentioned, some of that is capital expenditure in relation to work we're doing in this issue. But the costs of inaction far exceed the costs of action. We simply don't agree about the issue of climate change. Some of us think it's happening and it's man-made. Some of us think it's not happening. And if it is happening, it's not because of human beings.
So that's not true. Yeah, but if we want to get into petty name calling, we can, but I'd rather not because it cheapens the discussion. I'd rather get back to my fundamental point is, if I say something is my top priority, I would expect that to be the thing that I'm spending most money on, and that simply isn't what's happening here. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Bailey, please.
Morning, Mr. Mayor. How are you?
I'm all right, thank you. Good to see you.
Listen, a year ago, in a report from the HMICFI, you know who I'm talking about, it was commissioned by MOPAC. It identified serious concerns around the Met's approach to child protection. This is a quote: the Met's lack of understanding of the nature and scale of child protection exploitation is a significant barrier to the force being able to tackle the problem effectively. Haven't heard that. Do you think that your budget should put some money aside for a proper investigation into child exploitation?
Yeah, thanks for raising this really important issue. So it is an issue. When I first became mayor, I was given a report from HMI. It wasn't called FCRS then, it's just Her Majesty's Police Inspection. And so in the previous years before I was mayor, it was also an issue in relation to child protection, children going missing and so forth. And so MOPAC has taken an interest in that area since I've been mayor for the reasons you alluded to. Unfortunately, a couple of years ago, MOPAC were concerned about lack of progress being made, so MOPAC asked HMI to come in. So it wasn't an inspection that they did voluntarily. We asked them, we said, listen, we're not happy with what's happening. Can you please come in and look at the NPS, see whether things have improved like we hoped they would? And the answer, frankly speaking, was a no. They hadn't improved as much as they should have done. So we then did invest in relation to the recommendations. We spent over 3 years, including next year, £480 million to address the issue raised by HMI issues. The good news that should reassure you is the most recent HMI, and I was at the police performance group meeting recently with the Chief Inspector Andy Cook and others, it's really heartening to hear the progress made. So things that were happening before were, inverted commas, victim-blaming language used by police officers. So if somebody's gone missing, it's a lifestyle choice. Those sorts of issues and stuff, and the words used weren't great. There also wasn't proper supervision, proper monitoring, proper data. To reassure you, the HMI have looked at all those issues, and a huge amount of progress has been made. No complacency, because we can easily go backwards as well. But that was quite reassuring to see HMI themselves say progress is now being made. And the Commissioner and his deputies take this issue very seriously for obvious reasons and stuff. And I know the Commissioner was here 2 weeks ago and was asked about this very issue. We are concerned, though, about county lines. He'll be aware because of his expertise. In London, our issue is children generally being exploited for county lines issues, gangs. And we see them taken around the country. And so we're doing more work around missing children, because often a child can be missing because he or she is being groomed in a gang. And so we are on top of that. And to reassure him again, working with the NCA, working with other police forces about London children being elsewhere across the country. The final thing, just to finish the story, he'll welcome as well, because he's in Parliament often, is the issue of cuckooing. And Umesh has raised this issue in the past. The government's announced new legislation to criminalise the issue of cuckooing, which also involves vulnerable children who've gone missing.
Because for me, Mayor, the stories around child exploitation, sexual exploitation gangs have been widespread across the country, popped up in 50 different metropolitan areas across the country. And we the Met, have done a lot of work on what they perceived were their weaknesses. This particular thing around child exploitation, the government didn't want to fund a national project, a national inquiry. I think we need to have something done in London to make sure this issue isn't going undetected. We had our historical problems around the Met's approach to dealing with child exploitation. Cuckooing and county lines have been a perennial problem in London for years. My worry is that there's a particular new trend that we may have missed. Now, even if that trend doesn't exist, an inquiry to check if it's there would be very important, because we have the biggest communities of almost any type in the country, just of the sheer size of London. And in order to keep our community cohesion well, and also, very importantly, Mayor, to give the Met the confidence to challenge other professionals. One of the things that really went wrong in other parts of the country is that the police didn't feel like they could challenge other professionals. That's why I'm asking you, in your budget, could you put someone aside to look at the child sexual exploitation gangs?
Well, I can raise this again with the Commissioner as I do on a regular basis, but just to reassure him that the police service now work really well with the other agencies you referred to, because you're right, it's a breakdown of other agencies, social services, councils, residential care homes, I beg your pardon, for children, and so forth. And also he'll be aware, just to reassure him, work we've done with these agencies with the Inclusion Charter. One of the issues is children who are excluded or in PRUs and then go, inverted commas, missing and stuff. So the police service themselves aren't responsible, he's right. There are other agencies responsible as well, but I'm happy to take this away, to speak to him offline about any other expertise, any other advice he's got. But I do raise this regularly, and so does the Deputy Mayor with the Commissioner, the Deputy Commissioner, and it's raised by other colleagues in the London Policing Board. But I'm happy to take this away because it may be an unknown. For obvious reasons, we wouldn't know about it, right? So let me take this away and look at what we can do. So we're reassured, right? There's no harm in asking the question. So can I take it away, Chair, with your permission?
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. That was an undertaking. Thank you. Assembly Member Desai, please.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, thank you for the funding you are providing for the Met in this budget, the record investments, as you said earlier this morning. So we all want more police in our different parts of London. So in terms of competing demands, how is your budget allocated amongst the various BCUs? I know some money goes to central units, and I think you give more in terms of police numbers.
Yeah, so the way the Commissioner wants to use the budget is to make sure, yes, of course, there's good coverage across all of London in the 12 BCUs, but in those parts of London, we now know, we've known for some time, where there are the biggest concerns in relation to, criminality. Where, for example, clear, hold, build, the policy the police now have will work really well. Where, for example, additional neighbourhood officers will work, where there could be town centre teams. So in addition to a general spread of officers across London, two big changes will happen. One is the additional NIC money will mean fewer abstractions, so communities across London will see officers on the streets. But secondly, the Commissioner can make sure that those areas that need more police officers, frankly speaking, will receive them. And so there will not be an even spread of officers across London. There will be those parts of London which need more police officers receiving them.
Thank you. Assembly Member Giorgio, please.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, can you please clarify for the Assembly how much the NI rise will cost the Met this year?
It cost them at nothing.
Well, once again, I know I offered to buy you a calculator at the last budget meeting, so let's try that again. Perhaps you may want to turn to David or Faye. How much has the government given you to pay for the NI rise for the Met? I mean, it's robbing Peter to pay Paul, but if you perhaps you want to clarify, that would be helpful.
So is the question how much additional money have the government given the Met Police Service? Is that the question?
No, I think you may have misheard. Perhaps I had the same issue that Assembly Member Hall had. You're not listening. How much will the NI rise cost the Met this year?
So the government is giving the Met Police Service.
How much will the NI rise cost the Met this year?
The government's giving the Met Police.
How much will the NI rise cost the Met this year?
So the government has got the 44, 45, 70 figures are very similar, but they're given, I think it's £44.8 million to the Met, which matches the estimated cost of the rise.
Right, thank you very much, David. So therefore, the total funding minus that number is, because I've heard a number of, you've said 320, 310, 305, 280. Once you take away the cost of the NI increase, how much net will the Met be receiving from the government this year? Increase.
That would, sorry, do you mean from the government or do you mean overall?
No, net increase from the government. Looking from the budget, I don't think anyone's debating there's been a net increase in policing from the government. So how much, minus the NI increase, will it be?
Yeah, I was just going to say, so you've spoken about an overall increase in the budget of police budget 320 minus the 45, which gets us to 275.
275. Thank you very much, Faith. Mr. Mayor, I think part of the frustration that the Assembly has, and I think Londoners have, is looking at the efficacy of how you spend money on the Met and what outcomes are achieved. So it's a matter of value for money from this Labour Mayor. So if we're looking at the last total year figures, gun crime up 29%, knife crime up 13%, business robberies up 83%, in total 1 million crimes committed in 23-24. So are Londoners receiving value for money from your portion of spending on the Met?
So firstly, the record-breaking amount from the government is welcome. What that enables us to do is to give the Met Police Service more resources. And what that's led to is the ONS saying you're less likely to be the victim of violence in London than the rest of the country. What it leads to is the ONS saying you're less likely to be the victim of violence and receive injury in London than the rest of the country. What the hard work of the Met Police, backed up by City Hall investment, are able to do is, despite our population rising by more than 1 million and 14 years of government austerity, homicides in London, thankfully, are down compared to 2016 last year. The number of teenagers killed in London was the lowest in more than 10 years. Those below 25, the lowest in more than 20 years.
No, thank you. And we're talking about homicides, which have gone down. Once again, honest, from me, you'll always get honesty. So, but my point being, this is about value for money and us not getting value for money from you as a Labour Mayor when it comes to spending on crime. So I would treat this in a different way. You keep talking about from 2016 onwards. So if we're looking at knife crime offensives, which have pretty much gone up 50% since you've been Mayor. If we're looking at burglaries, those have gone up 21% since you've been Mayor. So my question is, are we getting value from money from you as a Labour Mayor when it comes to crime?
Well, firstly, just to get the figures right, burglary's gone down since I became Mayor. But the thesis of the Conservatives
Are you getting
is...
numbers from over there? Because they usually use interesting figures.
If the thesis of the Conservatives, you'll get more value for money by spending less on the Met Police Service, you'll get more value for money by spending £350 million less on the Met Police Service because of the previous Mayor. I don't accept that. Because on the one hand, some members of the Conservative Party are crying crocodile tears because there are fewer officers. On the other hand, they're criticising me for investing in the Met Police Service. Which is it?
No. Mr. Mayor, quite frankly, as always in the history of this country, it's always Conservatives that manage to do more with less, and socialists like you that complain that they can't do more with more. I'll leave it there, Mr. Chairman.
Assembly Member Garbutt, please.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify a bit on we recently had a report back on the Police and Crime Committee's report around protecting young people, and it states that officers won't be permanently based in schools, but I understand that schools will have to bid for officer time, which includes things like assemblies, coming to parents' evenings, and participating in lunches with children. So I just wanted to clarify the police presence in schools, because to me that sounds like they still will be in schools, and it doesn't relieve all the concerns that I think people have. So I just wondered if you knew what was happening.
So school, there are officers based in schools. Going forward, those officers will be based in the community rather than school support officers. That's actually more of an operational decision rather than a financial one, because the police have analysed, where crime is happening. Personal thefts, personal robbery of children, actually, mobile phones, tends to happen outside of school, on the way home from school, on the way to school, on buses and so forth. So what the police want to do is to pivot those officers who are inside schools as school support officers to be outside working in the community as part of neighbourhood
But it sounds
teams.
like they're still going to be in schools quite a lot, is my concern.
Well, if a school wants a police officer to come to their school, why shouldn't they?
I think that young people haven't been consulted as much. It's been proposed in Hackney, and it's been proposed in Hackney, and I'm just concerned that the voices of young people haven't been reflected. There was a good report by Liberty about young people being really concerned about the presence of police in schools, so it's just something to keep an eye on. And just to quickly go back to what we were speaking about previously, in your proposals about the Drug Commission back in 2021 and 2022, you did state that too many young people are being criminalised for drug use, and you stated that a commission that would recommend the decriminalisation of cannabis would get a boost from a mayoral endorsement, and it now sounds like you're saying it's not going to make any difference to policing, so I just wondered if you've changed your mind.
Your question was, will the Drugs Commission report be published before this budget is finalised? And I said the former has no bearing on the latter. That's still the case.
Okay, thank you. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you. We've come to the end of that section. I think it's probably a good time for a 5-minute break. So recess for back here at 11:37. Go on, obviously. back chat, and please, it is not the fault of the scrutiny team and the committee section that this occurrence has happened, so please cut them some slack, please. And they're struggling very hard to get this meeting working. So the next question is on, the next section is on the Transport for London. Transport for London, is that going to be a problem? No, it's Transport for London, and it will be Assembly Member Bakari to lead off, please. Thank you.
Thank you. TfL have been awarded £485 million of capital investment from the government, which is obviously welcomed, but the budget makes clear that it does not go far enough in terms of improving accessibility of TfL's network. So what specifically will you be lobbying the government for in the spending review regarding capital investment for TfL, particularly around accessibility? And I would really appreciate if you can give me some targets in mind as well, particularly on step-free stations and the number of stations with level boarding or tactile paving.
Thanks, Chair. One of the things that my Chief of Staff did in advance of this meeting was to contact the Secretariat and say if there are particular ideas members had in advance or motions, if they let us know in advance, we could do the work and let them know. We weren't given notice of that one, and so unsurprisingly, we've not got the information that the member would like. But the short answer in relation to the capital money we've managed to secure from the government for next year, obviously, some will be unhappy we've managed to double the amount of capital funding from government. It's now, as you said, £485 million. It's basically for three things. One is to maintain, one is to renew, one is to grow public transport in London. Of the £408 million that we've secured, we've got a list of where that £485 million goes, which I'll find shortly and share with the member, because it does set out where the money's going to be invested. In relation to the £485 million, some money will go in the Piccadilly Line rolling stock, some money in the DLR rolling stock, some money in the Bakerloo Line rolling stock, some on the signalling for District and Met, some on the trams rolling stock, some on the Central Line signalling, some on heavy haulage, some on Rotherhithe, some on Blackwall, some on A40 Westway, some on the Elizabeth Line. So that's the money that we've managed to secure for next year. The price for us, though, is the CSR, getting a long-term funding settlement from the government. As far as the underground is concerned, when I became mayor, only a quarter of it was step-free. Now a third is step-free, and the ambition by the end of this decade is half of the underground to be step-free. Elizabeth Line, fully step-free. 95% of our buses are step-free. Trams, overground, making good progress. But she's right to remind me about the additional things we can do. Tactile paving, things about the lighting inside for those who are neurodiverse. And that's what we're looking into in relation to what more we can do that will improve the quality of travel for those who find it difficult to get around, aside from step-free. And she's right to remind us of those things. And just to reassure her, TfL now has people with lived experiences advising them, because you and I, our experiences are different. But she's right to chivvy me, and I'll get a note after the meeting about what more we're doing to address that very important issue.
Yeah, I mean, it's incredibly important at the moment. There's a real concern from the disabled community about accessibility around London, particularly around our transport system. And there's been so many decisions that have been made at the planning stage that have gone wrong because they feel like their voices aren't heard. So we are pushing for more of that to happen within co-production within transport. And we've been talking about this within the Transport Committee. We're pushing as well for a disability champion as well. These are the things that are going to make the real difference for Londoners. And if we can make it better for disabled Londoners, that means everyone's life will improve.
Spot on. And she also raised a really important point about involve people at the design stage, at the conception stage, not afterwards, because they can advise you about what to do. And often it doesn't cost additional money, but we all benefit from it. And so it's a point well made. And TfL are doing that now more than they've ever done it. And I'll make sure that the work of the Assembly is taken on board by TfL as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Russell, please.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning.
So, I want to talk to you about Vision Zero, Mr Mayor. Vision Zero was mentioned in the TfL budget, but without an updated business plan, it's very hard to see a real plan for investment in Vision Zero in future years. Now, we know we're off target on Vision Zero, and 109 people sadly died last year. And worryingly, in just 1 month, October, 13 people died while they were walking on our streets in London, so that's pedestrians. The Vision Zero is about creating a safe system, and one practical way to create a safe system is to install pedestrian crossings on main roads where people need to cross, and that needs funding. Now, in July 24, in answer to an MP, you told me that there are still over 100 junctions across London that have signals for motor traffic, but not for people to cross the road, and these junctions don't yet have funding. Now, this is funding that's in millions, not billions. So once you have a new funding settlement after the comprehensive spending review, will you prioritise funding to upgrade these junctions that don't have crossings so people can get across the road safely?
Well, Chair, can I thank the member for raising this issue, this really important issue? And she's right, there'll be a new business plan after the CSR for obvious reasons. It's just worth saying, notwithstanding the difficult context of TfL being starved of an operating grant since 2015, we've invested hugely in this area since I became Mayor, not just the standalone signalised pedestrians, not just the pedestrianised countdowns, not just the new signalised pedestrian crossings, but also I think the point that she would want me to take on board is this should be business as usual. And that's the point she's made powerfully in the past as well. And that is the ethos of TfL. And so I'll make a note to make sure that when it comes to the business plan, she can see what commitment TfL has to this. But her core point, which she's always made very powerfully, is this should be bread and butter. TfL in the past, it's a criticism that I think they would accept, focused on big projects. But this should be a core part of TfL's DNA. So let me take that away and make sure when it comes to the business plan, she can see what sort of investment we're giving to this.
That's really helpful. This Assembly passed a motion back in 2021. It was unanimously passed, and we were calling for these junctions that have traffic signals for traffic and no signals for people to get across the road to be upgraded. And TfL have told me that there's over 100 of those junctions that still need to be reviewed. So, sort of as well as post CSR, could you also look to make sure that there's a very clear plan for progress on this when you publish the Vision Zero refresh, so that it's very clear how that contribution of pedestrian crossings on those big main road junctions where you've got signals for traffic but not for people to get across the road.
I get it.
And there's people that live
No,
there
I
and
get
they
it.
just want to go across.
I get it. I know we've often been the victim of trying to cross those roads, and it's a nightmare.
Yeah.
And I'm quite fit, and so you sort of think if you weren't, how did you get across? But also just to remind myself, and she made this point more delicately than I did, but you know, on a cost-benefit analysis, the cost of doing this stuff versus the lives saved or not injured is just...
Completely. Now there's one other tiny point. I had a look at one of these junctions that is getting an upgrade on the A2 at Blackheath Hill, but TfL is only planning to fix one arm of that junction, despite the fact that a lot of the consultation responses said people wanted to cross all arms of that junction because there was a pharmacy, there's a pub, there's different bus stops. People need to cross those roads. So if you're not doing the whole junction, dealing with all the arms when you fix a junction, you're actually building in a need to go back and fix the other arms later. So can you get TfL to check whether it would be more cost effective to actually fix all the arms on those junctions when they do them, rather than do it in one go?
I'm looking at the team that prepared my bundle. I can't believe they didn't include the A2 Blackheath pedestrian crossing in my bundle briefing. But can I take that away and come back to her? She makes a very powerful point, very sensibly.
Thank you very much. I'm out of time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Turrell, please.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor.
Good morning.
At the last budget meeting, you told me that you'd be increasing LIP funding in this year's budget. Of course, councils rely on this money to provide road safety improvement. But TfL are imposing strict criteria on the bidding fees, which prioritises things such as LTNs and so forth. A lot of councils, particularly out of London, would like to prioritise infrastructure improvements, and they're therefore not getting the funding to meet bidding criteria. Will you please look at this bidding criteria so that we can work together to improve road safety across London?
So just to get this right, I was criticised 10 minutes ago for not being in charge of value for money. So the money I was given to, in this case, the police service, wasn't being prioritised on the things that matter to the Assembly. And now you're suggesting that the prioritising in TfL to get value for money is the wrong thing to do. I think it's right.
I think what I'm suggesting, Mr. Mayor, is that perhaps you listen to your own advice when you spoke about Outer London before, and you said it's councils that know their area best. So surely it should be councils that know the road improvements in their area, not TfL.
Okay, so we have a laissez-faire. So let's get this right. We have laissez-faire, don't get involved in the private sector when it comes to phone theft and phone robberies, and a laissez-faire, don't get involved in councils when it comes to using TfL money for road schemes.
Supporting our councils, you yourself, you spoke about the funding crisis that our councils are in, but you continually do things like you've gutted the contributions to the pothole work, to the principal road network. You're leaving councils to pick up your repair bill on potholes. So as ever, Mr. Mayor, it's you say one thing publicly, but your actions speak differently. I think it's quite clear, Mr. Chairman, that the Mayor does not want to engage in this subject. He's quite happy to prioritise his ideological schemes and leave dangerous road junctions in place. So I'm going to leave it there, Mr. Mayor.
Well, by ideological schemes, he may mean ULEZ. I'm not sure. We've not heard ULEZ for years. Nobody's mentioned ULEZ on the Conservative side. Why is that, I wonder?
Thank you. Next is Assembly Member Baker, please.
Thank you, Chair, and morning, Mr. Mayor. I want to start off with a simple question. Given the importance of public transport for so many Londoners, can you outline how your budget is going to ensure that London can continue to safely and reliably use public transport to get around for work, for care and for social purposes?
Yeah, one of the reasons why, thank you for your question. One of the reasons why I was really keen to, for the 6th year, freeze bus fares and tram fares is in outer London, a disproportionate number of people rely upon buses and trams, but also the workers in London, as she was talking about, rely disproportionately on buses and trams. So freezing fares makes a big difference to those Londoners. And by the way, she will also know that buses in London are probably the cheapest in the country, notwithstanding the additional costs there are in London. We've also got to make sure, though, that we renew and maintain what we have. You mentioned reliability. And so the focus on the capital money is maintain, renew, and then growth. And so Superloop 1's been a huge success, Superloop 2, Bakerloop 2. So those are some of the things we're looking into. But if we get the additional money at the CSR, we can really talk about growth, which is also a really important part of the effort going forward, I think.
Thanks. You touched upon something I wanted to follow up on, which is about reliability, performance. And the reality is 14 years of previous underfunding of the transport network in London has left its mark, and we are starting to see that flow through. So what effect has been assessed on the performance of the network of the underfunding, and how is this budget specifically seeking to improve the situation, the future situation for them?
Look, she's raised in the past a number of consequences of underfunding and maintenance. It could be with noise in the underground because of lack of grinding. It could be the fact that we've got the oldest trains in the country on the Bakerloo line. It could be because every year when leaves fall, some of our trains can't operate because they're 30 years old and they're not, they haven't got the right size wheels to address those issues. So all those issues would be addressed by decent funding, from reducing noise, having new trains on the pick line that aren't stopped when there's leaves falling in autumn. Investment on things like CCTV, on the 2 lines that haven't got CCTV. And so we are trying to make sure we address the backlog of lack of maintenance, but we can't stand still. We've got to be providing new public transport as well. And so it's doing 2 things at the same time: maintaining what we have, renewing it, but also growing it as well.
Yeah, and I think you're making a really good argument about the new projects and how that can bring growth and support jobs and communities and everything like that. I do worry a little bit, not because we're making the case, but just because it's less sexy, frankly. The boring bits about trains stopping working, frankly. And underfunding does mean, over time, reliability issues on the network, often because prolonged repair times, compared to what they may have been. Are you hoping that the spending review will result in a longer-term funding agreement that will allow TfL to fund more renewals on the network?
Absolutely. It's so important for you to remind us the consequences of lack of investment. Look at the Rotherhithe Tunnel, A40 Westway. And so that years of underinvestment means that there's a possibility, unless we deal with it, the Rotherhithe being closed. The A40 Westway, there's a possibility in the future not being safe. And that's why you've got to invest in what you have. And maintenance is so important. And by the way, if you maintain at the right levels at the right times, it prolongs the life of that asset, whether it's a train, a bus, or a heavy used road. So it's a false economy not to invest in maintenance. And of course you've got to renew, and you should try and grow as well. But can I reassure her, as I did something with Russell, issues like road safety, issues like maintenance aren't going to be forgotten about, because the big projects are the sexy ones. It's really got important that we do the brain box stuff as well.
Thanks. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you. Assembly Member Prince, please.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor. Hi. My colleague, Assembly Member Best, raised earlier the issue of the national insurance increase and the effect that would have on TfL. I think the figure was around £23 million. You informed the Assembly that 2/3 of those costs are being met by government. Was that the correct figure, 2/3 being met by the government on TfL costs?
No, TfL a third.
One third, even worse. And could you tell me, any of that extra funding or the 25 million, how does that affect the bus companies? Are the bus companies figure included in that 23 million?
No, we don't employ the bus drivers. Bus drivers are employed by the bus operators.
And what about the rail franchises like London Overground and the Love to Lizzie line? Are those figures included in that?
I'd have to check, because the concessions and franchises are different. They're different. So buses are definitely not direct employees. I'm not sure. I can just drop them a note. I'm not sure about the franchises and concessions.
Would you be kind enough to
drop
us a line? Because clearly that will have a knock-on effect. I remember when you first came in front of the Assembly, you promised to be the Mayor of Zero Strikes. We know your record isn't as good as anyone else. How many strikes are you going to confess to this year, going forward? Are we going to have no strikes going forward?
I'm really proud we've managed to reduce industrial action since I've been Mayor. We've reduced strike action since I've become Mayor until the pandemic. And we're going to carry on making progress in working with the trade unions. Trade unions do an amazing job. I think collective bargaining is a good thing. Some people may be anti-trade unions and anti-workers. I'm not. I'm really proud of the role they play in our society.
So working with your friends in unions, are you committing to zero strikes for this next
we're going to carry on
mayoral year?
We're going to carry on making progress with the trade unions. To work with them to increase productivity. It's because of their hard work we've managed to year-on-year reduce operating costs. Because of their hard work, we've been providing operating surplus.
Strikes, and we know that there's a promised strike on the Lizzie line. Are you going to work with unions to stop that strike, Mr. Mayor?
I want ASLEF and MTR to resolve differences they have amicably. So strike action is averted. I'm really, really pleased that since July across the country we've had fewer strikes, just like since 2016 we've had fewer strikes in transport.
So are you going to work to stop those strikes, Mr. Mayor?
I'm going to encourage MTR and ASLEF to resolve the differences amicably.
Are you going to get personally involved in that, Mr. Mayor?
I'm going to encourage MTR and ASLEF to resolve.
Are you going to get personally involved in that, Mr. Mayor?
I'm going to encourage MTR and ASLEF to resolve differences amicably.
Will you be speaking to the unions as well?
I'm going to encourage ASLEF and MTR to resolve any differences amicably.
Well, let's hope we have a zero strikes mayor at long last. We've been waiting enough years for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Desai, please.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Mayor, I welcome your Superloop programme. Outer East London desperately needs one, especially with London's critical move eastwards. And I know that Margaret Mullen, the MP for Dagenham and Rainham, recently met TfL to press the case, and locally there's cross-party support as well for the Superloop to come to Outer East London, and very specifically the boroughs of Havering, Nottingham, and Rainham. There's a consultation exercise currently underway. What I want to ask you, Mr. Mayor, is what is the budget for this program, the Superloop program, and what criteria will you be using, or the TfL, for deciding who gets what?
Thank you for your question. Look, Superloop 1's been a huge success, as he knows. I mean, across London, we've seen an increase in bus usage compared to the rest of the country, 2% increase. Superloop, I think we've seen an 11% increase in bus usage. So we're consulting Superloop 2. We've set aside for the first phase £10 million for Superloop 2 within TfL budgets. Clearly, we'll have to wait and see what proposals there are for Superloop 2, but to reassure him there's money there to back up Superloop 2. And I know it's not in his patch, but there's also money set aside for Bakerloop as well, which we're consulting on as well.
Just make the point, Mr. Mayor, that the one Superloop that we have in East London, it starts from North Woolwich. In fact, you came there, I think, when it was inaugurated. And it goes to Barking Town Centre to Ilford Town Centre, but not really into what I would say is sort of Outer East London. I'll keep on pressing that case. Thank you.
Yes, please. Keep on lobbying, yep.
Thank you. Assembly Member Wilson, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just very quickly, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to raise an issue which concerns me a great deal. I say every time I go on the tube, but of fare evasion. And it's effectively a theft against all of us who do play by the rules. So I stand from a Standard article earlier this month that cost TfL about 130 million a year. What plans have you got in place to tackle this so that those figures can come down in the future?
Yeah, so the good news is actually since we've had a way of recording fare evasion, last year was the lowest level of fare evasion it's been since those records began, which is good. It's still too high. It's about 3.4% on average. We've got a target for it to go lower. We spend a lot of money in relation to enforcement officers, in relation to technology, to address this issue. And every pound somebody evades is a pound we can't spend on public transport. So it is an important issue, and we're going to carry on investing in this area.
Thank you.
Thank you. We now move on to the next section, which is concerns the London Fire Commissioner and the first person to lead. Oh, Assembly Member decided you want to come back on transport for London?
1 minute 52 seconds left.
Okay, yes, of course.
With the question, Mr. Mayor, I just want to put the record. Last year, Deputy Mayor for Transport Seb Dance accepted that there was a case for the DLR to be extended from Beckton along the river to Barking Riverside. Massive developments, you're well aware. That's a housing program underway, a new community is being created. You don't really have to answer it, but all I'm going to do is ask you to consider a feasibility study, to consider the case with budgetary implications. This thing don't happen overnight.
Yes.
The case has been accepted, and I will continue to push for that extension in the interest of constituents. All I'm going to ask you is to look into.
It's a good point, well made, Chair, and I'll take that away and make sure that we look into that.
Thank you.
I think I should declare an interest on that last question. Sorry about that. Anyone else on this section on transport? No. The next section is the London Fire Commissioner, and Assembly Member Polanski will be leading off. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, all. The Fire Commissioner and the Fire Brigade have talked repeatedly about the dangers of the climate crisis, and in fact this budget has a strong emphasis on the climate crisis from the Fire Brigade. In 2019, though, in the recruitment pack in hiring or appointing a Fire Commissioner, there was no mention of the climate crisis at all, just to get some reassurance in the recruitment of the new Commissioner.
I'm not aware of this. Can I take this away and I'll get back to you on it?
Oh, it's a very timely question because the advertising pack and so forth is in my inbox to clear right now. So I'll take that on board.
So I'd ask you to please pause it if it doesn't mention the climate crisis and just make sure there's something in there. And then finally, Mr. Mayor, on cladding, something we've spoken about a fair bit. You mentioned to Assembly Member Bakari in a written question that there was going to be a new task force to focus specifically on new enforcement methods for those who are stalling the remediation of cladding. Where is that at?
So there's been a renewed urgency from the new government. Alex Norris and Angela Rayner are really seized of this issue. We met with government officials to discuss this issue. You'll be aware of the difficulties in tracking landowners and all the rest of it and stuff. And the government has announced £1 billion extra money, but also work around enforcement and work around taking action against those who are unwilling to do the right thing. I've not got an update where we are exactly, but I can write in relation to the progress we've made. But just to let you know, we are working more closely with MHCLG now than we have since the awful Grenfell Tower in 2017.
That sounds positive.
Thank you.
We really appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you. The next question is Assembly Member Clark, please.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon. At the last budget meeting, you told us that you'd raised the LFB precept by 3%, which provides 18 million to the LFB budget. You've now provided an additional 12.7 million to help the LFB to balance such budget, and I note that the government has now been giving more this year as the highest amount of funding they've given since 2016, 2017, so that's very welcome. Are you confident that we are now providing the LFB with the funding it needs to meet the increased demands on the service?
Well, firstly, it's just worth reminding ourselves that there are some in the Assembly who are against us raising the council tax precept to support the LFB. They've said this on a number of occasions, and we know from the previous mayor he never did this, which is why, fire stations closed down, fire appliances sold off, and firefighters lost their job. And we saw the consequences of that. My view is the fire brigade is a Cinderella service when it comes to funding. Yeah. I think there's a problem here in relation to all of us thinking it's a nice thing to fund, but because hopefully none of us will need it, not willing to invest in the fire service. I'm talking about just it's not a political point, it's just a general point about the fire service. Example of it being forgotten about is it's under two departments. It's ridiculous, Home Office and MHCLG. So I'm concerned about the way fire rescue services are funded, generally speaking. I speak as a former fire minister, and so I'm pleased now it's going to be one department, MHCLG. I'm pleased the government is now talking about serious investment, but I don't think we are currently as well funded as we should be. There's still a deficit between what we fund and what the government should be funding. We'll be lobbying and making those points in advance of the CSR, but I think it is a big concern. I mean, Senator Polanski has raised the issue of climate resilience, but think about all the additional things the fire service is going to do, inspecting buildings, new additional responsibilities. So we've got to persuade the government to invest properly in the fire service.
Yeah, I agree. That was actually my next question, is because of the additional burdens on the fire service. I mean, it's quite right, and it's high time that the government got a control of the...
I mean, here in London, we have double the amount of tall buildings than the rest of the country put together. Yeah. But also here we are a target for terrorists. And we know the fire brigade, doesn't, hesitate in responding to terrorist attacks. We saw it at Westminster Bridge, we saw it at London Bridge, they're there. And so we're going to train up our firefighters to be professionalised and have the skills to respond to those things. We know, for example, we now have fantastic breathing apparatus, 64-metre ladders. We've got to skill up our firefighters to be able to use that. We know, we've seen in the past, there are wildfires in London. We've given the kit to respond, and so forth and so forth. So you've got to invest in responding to evolving threats, but also the resilience.
Yeah, thank you. And you're quite right. I mean, to put the precept up to keep Londoners safe, to keep our built environment safe, and at the same time tackle the climate crisis is exactly what we need our fire brigade to be doing. So thank you for that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Anyone else to speak on this section? No. We'll now move to the next section for the London Legacy Development Corporation, and the lead-off will be Assembly Member Small Edwards, please.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor. We know the climate for building homes is particularly difficult given market conditions. We spoke a bit earlier about the higher interest rates, higher construction costs we have now. Given that, are you confident that the pipeline of homes at LLDC will be delivered?
It's a really important question because at the time it's apt, because what we're doing now is, you'll be aware that it was always the case, the plan was to have a development corporation, 5 boroughs are involved, and then at some stage give back to the 5 boroughs the responsibilities that the development corporation was doing around planning and other issues, which is what we're doing now. We're going through the process of giving councils back the planning powers and so forth. The good news is we've made great progress over the last 8 years. So I think the number of completions is more than 1,100. Looking at the numbers of family-sized homes, 2/3 of family-sized homes. Before I became mayor, very few homes were affordable, very few were genuinely affordable. I think the figures now, 50% in the pipeline are to be delivered are affordable. So we are in a good position, but you're right to remind colleagues about the perfect storm. And so we've got to always keep checking with developers. They're still on course, they're still on schedule in relation to the schemes they had. They're still viable. But David's closer to this than I am in relation to the work he does on the board and stuff. But I think we're in a good place.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And you obviously referenced some of those successes, the key of which I think is that 50% affordable. Do you think then there are lessons to be learned from the LLD site for other sites across London where viability issues might have been raised in terms of developments being stalled, particularly when it comes to delivery of affordable homes?
So before I was mayor, I spent 12 years on a planning committee in a council. I'd spent time as a parliamentarian and even as a planning minister. But I didn't fully realise the difference, say, Development Corporation can make to just remove the obstacles and just to be one person, one organisation developers can go to who can provide certainty, which is so important when you're a developer, because what you don't want to do is spend a lot of money and then it doesn't bear fruit. And so I think what the Development Corporation has done, both LLDC and OPDC, and one of the reasons we're looking into more DCs is because the potential is provide certainty around planning, around land assembly. You know this very well from your constituency. Cross-border pieces of land that cross two borders, really real minefield when it comes to planning and so forth. So we are looking at land assembly zones. We are speaking to the government about mayoral development corporations because we're keen to do our bit to meet the government's target of 1.5 million homes. We're keen to do our bit to get growth. And we think development corporations, if done well, can bypass many of the challenges that developers and communities face, which is blight, uncertainty, planning, development's not happening.
Thank you. Anybody else on this section? I'll go on the clock here. Mr. Mayor, you've just said that 2/3 of the homes that the LLDC have built are family sized. Could you write to me and let me know what your definition of family? Secondly, Mr. Mayor, the LLDC, it's funded by 36% by reserves, which obviously points to the fact that it's not washing its face. At what point will the LLDC stop being a net drain on taxpayers?
Well, the Chair will be aware that the LLDC is a project that goes until the 2030s. So it's a long-term project going forward, and so we're going to be a bit careful about definition of washing its face. So what you won't see in the budget is the jobs it's created, those who are working now paying tax, national insurance. What you won't see in the budget is the homes that are now paying council tax, the inward investment to that area, north of £1 billion you won't see in the budget. What you will see is things like the amount of money we're spending and the reserves. But we've now got a fixed estate charge, which will pay more as more homes are built. You'll have seen, I know you've been there, the benefits of the East Bank and so forth. And so those things aren't recorded in the budget. So crude assessment of the balance sheet may give the impression of a huge subsidy, but the benefits to London are massive.
But ultimately, that's got to stop, isn't it? That was always the long-term plan. All I'm asking for is for us to know an idea of when that money, when it will stop, when it will stop being a drain on London.
My understanding is it was always the case for this and for OPDC for mid-2030s. Mid-2030s.
2030s.
As the fixed estate charge, as the area is built out, there are more properties paying the fixed estate charge, and then that takes away the need for mayoral funding. It's the highest. There are other things we're doing, but that's the highest level answer.
And Chair, both you and I will still be here, so you can ask me that question in the mid-2030s.
And at this point, I've got to shut myself up, which is interesting. So I'll go back onto the off the clock. We next move to the next section, which is the Old Oak and Park Royal Development Corporation, and its Assembly Member Mahfouz to speak on this one, please.
Thank you, Chair, and it's first of all just to say congratulations to yourself, Mayor, to David and to Faye and the team for the work that's gone into securing a budget which delivers on the priorities that you've set out. You're making London safer by making sure that you're protecting community policing, We've talked already and been criticised for putting funding into making sure that we're tackling the climate crisis and making London greener, as you promised to do last year. And on the fairer element, we know London and Londoners are facing one of the biggest housing crises that we have ever faced. Again, a legacy of the former governments that we've got, and that's the brutal, reality that many people are facing across London. Now, you've put within this budget increased funding both from a capital and a revenue point of view for OPDC, Old Oak Common and Park Royal Development Company, to make sure that we deliver on those ambitious plans. And as you say, those are not just homes, but genuinely affordable homes in an area which will regenerate and be, bright future for so many people in West London. Much of that also depends on the relationships with other key partners and stakeholders. How important and how confident are you that we've got the support of this government in delivering on those key new homes?
No, thanks for your question and what you said in advance of the question. So it's really important to have partnership, not just with government, with the local councils, with the businesses that are already there, but also businesses who are encouraged to come there as well. And that sense of community is really important. And so we're in a really good place. We've got a new chair. I want to thank the old chair. We're recruiting for a new chief executive. I want to thank the current chief executive. And we're in a good place in relation to secure delivery of an investment partner, really important going forward. We're assembling the land in a sensible way, really important, public and private. The partnership we have with not just Number 10, but DFT, MHCLG, Homes England, High Speed 2, Network Rail is incredibly strong and solid. We want a heat network provider for obvious reasons, which we're working closely to secure. So we're in a good place, and thank you for mentioning the increase in the budget for next year, because we're in an exciting phase where we're going to scale up and ramp up. And it goes to a question the chair raised in relation to LLDC. The same applies to the OPDC. These are long-term projects, the largest brownfield site in Europe, and so it doesn't bear fruit in 1 year. It takes some time for us to see the progress, but we're already seeing some progress in relation to the homes already built there and the businesses we're attracting.
Absolutely. So we've already delivered, I think, almost 6,000 new homes in that area, and clearly many more thousands to come. How important in terms of the changes to planning regulations from central government are in terms of unlocking those new homes?
Listen, it's really important that we make it easier to get good quality, genuinely affordable housing. And the NPPF changes can't come soon enough. We're working with a team to make sure we have the work for the New London Plan ready to go. And that'll make it easier to build the homes we need. And the great news in relation to High Speed 2 is there won't only be one station in London, Old Oak Common, as a terminus. We've got some certainty about Euston, which is really important as well. And so having high density, good quality homes in and around transport hubs is going to be easier with changes in government legislation and the NPPF.
And of course, you mentioned earlier the potential for West London Orbital, which could come along, and that could unlock even more connections for
Absolutely.
people in that part of London. One of the you talked about a number of things that have unlocked this potential development and the connection to Euston. One of the challenges with building that number of homes is obviously the supply of utilities to those new homes, making sure that we've got a decent power supply. What are you doing in terms of making sure that is not an issue in that part of London?
It's really important because you'll be aware we've got some fantastic growth in terms of data centres, but they are quite energy intensive, and so it's how we can make sure there's a power going to them, but also we can recycle the heat that comes from data centres. You'll also be aware that actually in West London in the recent past there's been challenges in relation to energy supply, but we're working closely with the government now in a way we've not done in the past in relation to ensuring there is capacity there. One of the issues that happened this year with the Old Oak Common development is the appointment of a heat network partner, because there's no point having homes built if you can't get energy to those homes. So, because we're involved at the design and conception phase, we can make sure we build that into the infrastructure, which is incredibly important, but also how we can use water to make it sustainable as well. And so those are part of the details that are being worked on and stuff. But I'm really excited about what the potential of OPDC.
And just finally for myself, the OPDC has just written to me last week in terms of where it's going with land referencing going forward. You've talked about land assembly zones and the importance of that to be able to make sure that we can progress at pace. And we've heard from opposite members here that, that we want these projects to move at pace and deliver these genuinely affordable homes. How are you looking to use those powers going forward to make sure that we are delivering even more genuinely affordable homes across London?
The government's consulting on planning changes which can't come soon enough, but I think everyone can see the direction of travel in relation to planning processes, which are really important. We're lucky actually with OPDC, as indeed we are with LDC, with great councils who get it. And so the councils have really got a can-do attitude. One of the big challenges for us, and an opportunity I've been utilising, is how we get foreign direct investment come into the area. It's more attractive if you're an investor, if you've got certainty of planning. And I was at the London Investment Summit recently held in October, where the Prime Minister and the Chancellor managed to secure to our country north of £60 billion worth of investment. It's really important to explain to those investing the difference now we've got in terms of a new government, stability, but also certainty around planning as well, which is really important. And that will attract the right sort of people and the right calibre of investors to OPDC.
Thank you very much.
Are there any other questions on this section? It's your last chance. We now have reached the end, therefore, of the question and answer session. Really appreciate you turning up to answer those questions this morning. You're now free to go. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
The Assembly will now adjourn and return in 1 hour and 15 minutes, which I always manage to get wrong.
1:36?
1:37. Always had a minute for good luck. 1:37.
It's really
Welcome back to the London Assembly's final draft budget meeting. The Assembly will now move to debate and consider the final draft consolidated budget for 2025-26 and formal budget amendments. I will hand over to the clerk, who will confirm which documents have been tabled and explain the procedural rules which apply to this section of the meeting. And I should say they have to be explained to me every year because I never get them in one go.
Thank you, Chair. So, the Assembly is under a duty to consider the final draft consolidated budget and to approve it with or without amendments in accordance with paragraphs 8, 3 and 7 of Schedule 6 of the GLA Act 1999. At the final draft budget stage, a two-thirds majority of members present and voting must vote in favour of a formal budget amendment in order for the amendment to be carried and to amend the final draft budget. Abstentions are not counted within that threshold. In accordance with Standing Order 6.6e, voting on any formal budget amendments at this stage is by named vote. This means that each Assembly member present will be asked in alphabetical order to declare how they wish to cast their vote, i.e. for or against, any formal budget, in relation to any formal budget amendments, or whether they wish to abstain. In accordance with Standing Order 6.12f, there will be one debate covering the substantive motions set out in the agenda, any amendments to that motion, and any budget-related motions which have been tabled. So, at this stage, we have 3 budget amendments which have been tabled. They will be moved, so lots have been drawn in accordance with standing orders for the order. So just to explain to the public watching at home, the order will be that the amendment in the name of Assemblymember Bakari will be moved first, then the amendment in the name of Assemblymember Garrett, and then the amendment in the name of Assemblymember Russell. Members will have had sight of 2 budget-related motions, but those aren't being moved until later on in the meeting. So at this stage, the 3 amendments will be moved. There'll be one debate on the substantive motion and the amendments before you. That means that speeches can relate to both the Mayor's proposals and the 3 amendments that are before you, but not those 2 budget-related motions at this stage. So you can keep your speeches on those for the moment. Any budget amendments must amend the statutory figures that make up the consolidated budget requirement in the GLA Act, otherwise the statement is a budget-related motion. Just to explain as well that having sought advice from the Chief Finance Officer, all 3 budget amendments before you today are capable of being cumulative, i.e. they can all be agreed by the relevant threshold and they would all sort of be cumulative on top of each other. There is one small caveat to that, which is that both the amendments in the name of Assemblymember Bakari and Assemblymember, hang on, just checking I've got this right, and Assemblymember Garrett, I believe, no, yes, that's right. Both of those have an element which relates to Disability Equality Champion. And just to explain that as those proposals are slightly in conflict with each other, the final, were both of them to be agreed, the final amendment voted on that went through would take precedence because that would be the most recent proposal agreed. I hope that makes sense, members. So effectively, where proposals are in conflict with each other is the final decision that takes the effect in relation to that element only. Thank you, Chair. So the Chair will now invite members to move and second the budget amendments which have been tabled with Assemblymember Bakari first.
Thank you. And Assemblymember Bakari, if you'd like to propose your amendment.
Yeah.
You do for this. It doesn't matter what you like, really.
We'll go with standing and see how it goes. Just to start off on a personal note, I just want to say thank you to everyone who's come up to me to say such kind words and messages since I've been caring for my mum. And I think everyone who's come up to me and had a chat with me, from City Hall staff, Assembly teams, I've been really, really grateful. And I want to say thank you to my Lib Dem team who've been working really hard while I've been away. And on this amendment, they've been working incredibly hard on this. So I'm gently returning to work and prioritising what is important, and this is really important. This amendment is important because I really do care about the impact that this is going to make on the disabled community in London, and anyone who wants our city to be accessible to all will know how important this is. Over 13% of Londoners identify themselves as disabled, and a much greater number than that will live alongside disabled people as their carers, families, friends, colleagues and employers. The impact of living in a city which is inaccessible and unequitable for disabled people is therefore enormous. And it's not just an emotional impact. We have put this amendment to the Mayor's draft budget together with the charity Inclusion London, whose work with the disabled community in the capital has opened our eyes to the financial implications of developing exclusionary policy. My colleague, Assembly Member Roberts, will explain further the Met's own disability network, which has reported £7 million have been spent in the last year resolving discrimination cases related to disability, which is why this amendment makes financial sense. Appointing someone with lived experience of disability as a disability equality champion would mean having someone to not only advocate for disabled Londoners in policy making, but it will also make a difference in terms of early and direct involvement of Londoners who live with disability. Therefore, the significant risk of that policy continues to perpetuate structural differences, even if intentions are good. Now, the Mayor and the GLA group have a huge breadth of responsibility over different areas of life for all Londoners. But rather than looking at policy in silos at each organisation, TfL, the Met and so on, a disability equality champion will hold the threads together across the whole group, creating a London Disability Action Plan to ensure actions are followed through on holding decision makers to account and creating a flagship model of policy co-creation. Now, I know that my fellow Assembly members here agree with us that this is important, and that's why in September last year you all unanimously supported a motion asking the Mayor to create a disability equality champion. The Mayor's response to this was that Deputy Mayor Debbie Weeks-Barnard already has a disability justice in her portfolio and convenes a forum of deaf and disabled people's organisation to hear their views. Now, we have worked in collaboration with the fantastic disabled advocacy charity Inclusion London on this amendment, and they are members of the Deputy Mayor's Forum. And they tell us that at the moment it just seems like all talk and no action. There is little scrutiny and no co-creation of policy. Now, we believe that this new champion will work alongside Debbie to great effect, making strategic links and actioning a plan that Debbie cannot because her portfolio is too large. And perhaps most crucially, we are proposing that a disabled person undertakes this role. Now, our ask is simple: create the Disabled Equality Champion role as a salaried staff member in the Mayor's office, give them the responsibility and the tools to create a London Disability Action Plan, which the Mayor can direct accountability for. And we're asking for a salary in the GLA band 9, equivalent to a senior principal officer, so that the person appointed has the right level of experience and influence. The costings you see reflected in the budget amendment are the midpoint of the salary band, including on costs. It works out to £219,000 over 3 years to be drawn from the business rates reserve, and that's where the Mayor finds tens of millions of pounds a year to fund his universal free school meals. We're sure that this reserve can be used to fund a relatively inexpensive member of staff to make a real difference to disabled Londoners and disabled staff across the GLA group. Now, I ask you today that this Assembly reaffirms its commitment to making London a more accessible and inclusive city for all disabled Londoners. People with impairments and health conditions are disabled by how society is run and organised, by the physical, environmental, economic and other structural barriers that prevent them from living an equal life. Now, as policy makers, we can and must do more to remove barriers for disabled Londoners, rather than unintentionally creating or perpetuating them. Now, I ask you to support this amendment today as it is, and take a significant step forward in creating what London needs that will work for everyone. A disability equality champion in City Hall will be a groundbreaking and transformative way to run our city. And we can show the world that London are the leaders when it comes to inclusion and accessibility. Now, let's not water it down Let's not make it a part-time version. This needs to be a serious role. And politics should not be a barrier to change. And I know that the Mayor's budget is hard to shift, but today we have a chance to make that change. Today, we can do what we were all elected to do. Today, we can truly be the voice of London, all London. And today, I really want us to unite. And today, I want you all to vote yes to making history. Thank you.
Assembly Member Roberts to second, please.
I'll second and reserve my right, if that's all right, Chair.
Thank you. And now I'd like Assembly Member Garrett to propose his motion, his amendment, please.
Thank you, Chair. Do you have any fans of good literature here in the chamber today? Obviously, our budget amendment is a great read, but actually, I'm talking about Dr. Seuss and his fine book, The Places You'll Go. I'm sure you've all studied it closely. It is fine advice for a young person making their way in the world, possibly even a middle-aged mayor proposing a budget, particularly the pitfalls to avoid. And one pitfall that Dr. Seuss outlines is the waiting place, where everyone is doing nothing and they all have an excuse of why they can't do anything yet. Waiting for a train to go, or a bus to come, or a plane to go, or the mail to come, or the rain to go, or the phone to ring, or the snow to snow. Waiting around for a yes or a no, waiting for their hair to grow. Some of us a bit beyond that, I think. Everyone is just waiting. It's a great book. Unfortunately, Labour has locked London in the waiting place. Again and again, we are told that the answer to our problems is to wait. Not yet, people. We had to wait for a Labour mayor to be re-elected, and then Londoners were told they needed to elect a Labour government. Then we had to wait for the Labour budget, and then the budget was a disaster, of course, with the biggest tax rises in living memory and national insurance impact that is rippling through this mayoral budget. But despite that, didn't actually solve our funding problems in London. So we're now told we have to wait for the spring spending review, and then we're told that the spring spending review will actually be in June, or maybe even later. Everyone is just waiting. But as we wait, things are getting worse. The mayor told Londoners that if they voted for him, he would fund 1,300 extra police officers. But they're going to have to wait for that too, because in year one, he's cutting about 400 police officers, which is not a great start, I would say. So if you hope that Labour would keep their promises on extra police, you have at least another year to wait. But here's the good news. You don't have to wait, because with over £20,000 million in the mayor's budget, he can actually do things. You might not have picked that up when you listen to his own answers, but he can actually do things. And the alternative budget that City Hall Conservatives are proud to present today shows what it would look like to focus on getting things done for London. So we show that there is already in City Hall money to avoid police cuts. We can avoid the police cuts that the mayor's budget, which he's put before us today, proposes. We can avoid the mayor's police cuts, and even better than that, we show that we can actually increase officer numbers, civilian staff and police officers, so they are there to keep Londoners safe. And on top of that, we show, I'm sure everyone has been glued to this wonderful report that we published last week, tackling London's theft epidemic. As you saw in my discussion with the mayor earlier, his existing police and crime plan from 4 years ago makes no mention of bicycle theft, and his new proposed London police and crime plan makes no mention of bicycle theft. Apparently he doesn't think it's a problem or a priority for Londoners. 115,000 mobile phones a year stolen in London. When I asked him about it in December, I'm sure you will recall very clearly, his only answer was to moan on about what the mobile phone companies could do. What's interesting, since we published our report, the mayor's been tweeting away about some of the ideas that are in there, which is good news, but we think he can do better than that. We think he can put some money in his budget, and we think he can put something in his police and crime plan, which we are proposing today. We are also retaining the excellent police cadets, and we are funding an independent inquiry into child sexual exploitation. You will recall that the Labour Prime Minister refused a national inquiry, arguing that he thought that local inquiries were the way to go. Question, was that another Labour delaying tactic, or did he really mean it? I suppose we'll find out later. But there's an opportunity on our amendment to vote for a London child sexual exploitation inquiry. But that's not all. That's not all. Beyond those measures to keep Londoners safe,
We also propose a leasehold advice centre to support people stuck in leasehold property. We propose a nightlife prosperity fund supporting boroughs that want to boost their nightlife. We know it's struggling across London, and we know that the mayor's departed night czar, it's hard to think of a single thing of note that they achieved over nearly a decade, but Assemblymember Best's excellent report from the autumn, which I'm sure you've also all been glued to, has many more ideas, and we are funding that in our amendment. And we propose a disability champion. We know that disabled Londoners often feel ignored, especially when they raise points that Labour doesn't want to hear. Such as, for example, they'd like to get off a bus without being run over by a bicycle, or worrying about the possibility of that. We have proposed it in the form, effectively, of a non-executive director model for the disability champion. We think it's important that it shouldn't just be a mayoral appointee or a GLA member of staff, so that they are not either politically or contractually tied to simply parroting what the mayor wants Londoners to hear, but they are instead an independent voice who can challenge the mayor in public about where he's going wrong, or for that matter, challenge us. This is a lesson that we've learned from the failed Night Czar model. This person needs to be a champion for disabled Londoners speaking to City Hall, not the mayor's voice speaking to disabled Londoners. And finally, we propose a pothole fund. We hear a lot about Labour's imaginary black hole, but London's potholes are definitely real. I'm sure you've noticed them. As a cyclist, I can tell you I definitely have. We propose direct cash to boroughs to fill the holes, smooth the way, and keep London moving. And all of this is possible within the mayor's existing budget. We show how this can be paid for by shifting spending from Labour's priorities to Londoners' priorities. For example, at the Mayor's Office for Policing and Crime, the Labour Mayor is funding ever more bureaucrats overseeing the police while complaining that there isn't enough money for police officers. Seems like there's a better way that you could do that. And we are proposing to protect the Violence Reduction Unit funding, but roll back MOPAC spending to 2021 levels. And we think that 5 deputy mayors, surely that's enough for anyone? Surely that's enough for anyone? I think most of the Londoners would struggle to name any of them or guess what they do. Meanwhile, even as he complains about having no money, the mayor is tucking away £37 million in a mysterious reserve with no purpose or explanation offered by him. Is this possibly him sneakily rebuilding his reserves for the next election so we can have yet more renaming of railway lines and pointless failed off-peak fare experiments which TfL said would fail before he launched them and which then did fail? Those, we suggest, are not London's priorities. So let's get London out of the waiting room and get on with a positive, conservative plan for London. I propose this amendment and I look forward to all of you supporting it. Thank you very much, Chair.
Assembly Member Best to second.
Chair, second the amendment in reserve my right.
Thank you. I now call on Assembly Member Russell to propose her budget amendment.
Yes, good afternoon everybody. So across London we have councils struggling to meet their statutory duties as a result of being chronically underfunded and under-resourced. Now, the Mayor has stepped in before to fill in some of these gaps, and thanks to earlier work by the Greens, he established his Young Londoners Fund, which helped bring back some of London's lost youth services, and he's spending £3 million a year on toilets, so these budget processes work. We are once again bringing forward our ideas that make best use of the scope and the powers of City Hall to do more and to solve the problems that Londoners raise with us. Now, our proposals focus on 6 targeted interventions that will make a real and meaningful difference to the lives of Londoners. If passed, our amendments mean fewer people killed and injured crossing the road, a plan to reduce drug harm in our city, a comprehensive research project to map contaminated land, lots of support for estate residents and renters, and of course, more toilets. Now, how are we going to fund it? We've got a plan. Most of our proposals are quite modest, and for those we're just using £2.6 million from the reserves that are earmarked for GLA services. It's a tiny fraction of the £338.1 million that is currently unallocated in that reserve. And for the ideas that require a bigger but necessary investment, we plan to bring in a modest increase of £1 to London's congestion charge, which would generate an additional £13 million recurring every year. Now, I get that an increase in congestion charge may seem unpopular, but 2020 was the last time we saw a congestion charge increase, where the charge went up from £11.50 to £15. And that was the only time the congestion charge has risen, even vaguely in line with inflation, since it was previously frozen in 2014, unlike the fares that people pay to catch the bus or the tube. Now that we've explained our funding model, Zoe Garbett and I will go on to explain our proposals. So I am keeping going here. Toilets. This is the proposal that is related to the dire lack of public toilets in London. And for the 4th year in a row, we're asking the Mayor to make a bigger investment in building more toilets across London on his transport network. After years of campaigning, we saw a significant step forward last year when TfL finally published their study on toilet facilities across the transport network. And the report clearly highlights the shocking gaps in toilet provisions across London that both the Greens and many campaigners all across London, and also Assemblymember McCartney and others, have been talking about for years. It's clear that we still have a long way to go before everyone using our public transport system has access to the basic facilities they deserve and need. With the Mayor's current level of investment, we're looking at just 5 toilets being built each year, which clearly falls far short of what is actually needed. Now, we've all agreed before that Londoners have the right to find a toilet as they travel around our city. And that's why we're proposing spending an extra £3 million on toilets, which would double the Mayor's current level of investment, which is currently set at £3 million a year. Now, the other thing that I want to talk about is pedestrian crossings. And for the City Hall Greens, making London safer for people walking by reducing road danger has always been a top priority. To meet the Mayor's Vision Zero strategy, investment in crossings needs to be ramped up across our city. In March 2021, this Assembly unanimously agreed on the need to improve pedestrian crossings at 261 junctions where there are signals for motor traffic along big, busy main roads, but nothing to help people cross the road. We all agree we need safe crossings. And earlier today, I had the chance to ask the Mayor about Vision Zero and the urgent need for a clear investment plan in crossings. And he shared that he's personally experienced the nightmare challenge of trying to safely cross the road, and that the upcoming TfL business plan will include investment in upgrading junctions. He said, and I quote, "This is a bread and butter issue. It should be a bread and butter issue." So we all agree we need safe crossings. We've got a clear plan. We really ought to be able to fund this. And that's why we're proposing a budget amendment to allocate £10 million each year towards installing and improving pedestrian crossings throughout London. The Mayor is currently falling short of his Vision Zero target of 0 deaths on London's roads by 2041. And if he's serious about reaching that target, he cannot delay funding these crossings. Now, the final idea I'm bringing forward is one that addresses a serious but often invisible issue. This is the mapping of London's contaminated land, offering real support for the people living with the impact of being close to contaminated land. I'm talking about these former industrial sites, ponds, riverways that are polluted with toxic chemicals, or those so-called forever chemicals, PFAS, that stick around causing long-term harm. So what happens to the people living in homes where the land hasn't been properly cleared of harmful chemicals? Or the Londoners who sit in classrooms near these sites? Or the Londoners who walk and cycle and even swim along polluted riverways and canals? They are exposed to dangers they can't see, but that could be impacting their health and their futures. Far too much of our city's land is contaminated, and we don't currently have an accurate picture of where the worst sites are, or even what we're dealing with. There's space for a pan-London look at this, especially in light of climate risks like flooding, which could bring disastrous consequences if unidentified contaminants get unleashed. So I thank you for supporting my colleague Zach Polanski AM's motion last year in support of Zane's Law on this same subject. And that's why the Green Amendment proposes creating a new GLA unit with £1 million funded from reserves earmarked for GLA services, and this will be focused on tackling contamination of London's land, water and air. That new unit would support residents, small businesses and nearby councils with expert advice on how to identify contamination and empower them to force the landowners to clean it up. So thank you all for considering our proposals. We really hope you're going to vote in favour of our amendment. And Assembly Member Garbett, I know, is going to take up her right to speak to second the motion. Thank you. I move the motion. Amendment. Budget.
Assembly Member Garbett.
Thank you, and thank you, Assembly Member Russell, for outlining our Green Budget Amendment. I second our proposal. I'd like to focus on a few other elements that haven't been covered so far. So the first is London's pilot drug consumption room. So we know that we need to take a public health approach to drugs, and we need to look at problematic drug use as a health condition and that requires health support rather than criminalisation. And we need those health solutions. In England, we spend billions of enforcement on addressing drug-related crime. It's resource-intensive and it's ineffective. We know our current system doesn't work. We've seen drug deaths rising year after year after year, and we need a different approach. A Dutch study found that drug consumption rooms prevented overdose, but also drug-related crime reduced by 24% in the areas that surrounded it. So last month, the Thistle opened, the UK's first legal drug consumption room in Glasgow. It joins 200 drug consumption rooms across the world, and these are places where people can have a clean environment to use drugs, clean equipment, it prevents overdose, people have access to health and care support, it reduces needles in the public areas. And in its first weeks, the Thistle had 130 visits, no medical emergencies, and lots of people accessing housing and treatment support, which is what we all know needs to be provided. It's also not a new idea. So in 2022, this London Assembly did a report looking at drug deaths and recommended that the Mayor of London look into a pilot for a drug consumption room. It said the UK's first, which sadly we're behind that now, but there's an opportunity for us to make that up. It also is supported by healthcare professionals. So members of the Royal College of Nursing voted to lobby the government to support the introduction of safe injecting facilities across the UK in 2022. So this is part of our budget amendment. It's funding of 500,000 from the 329 million reserves earmarked for GLA services, which is a fraction of the cost of the Thistle's 7 million in Scotland over 3 years. And our plan is for an affordable 3-year pilot with an evaluation that will provide evidence of how well this could work in London. My second proposal I'm talking to is our rent commission. We know that rents are sky high. We've seen increases of homelessness, young people forced into really precarious and dangerous situations, families leaving the city, and workers going to food banks. The Renters' Rights Bill doesn't go far enough to make meaningful action on unaffordability for London's 2.7 million renters. We know that the long-term solution is more council housing, but we must get rents under control. So I hosted London's first rent commission in November and showed the need for London's rent commission and the appetite from all the groups that we all know and work with really well. So Shelter, Acorn, Generation Rent, Inclusion London and the Runnymede Trust. They all support this idea. I outlined in my report, just to wave a report like other people have, so I hope you've all been looking at my report as well, which centres the voices of our diverse renters across London. Particularly of interest is disabled renters talking about the horrors that they find in the rental market. We discussed the aims of a rent control and rent commission, looking at keeping people in their homes and in their communities. And we also talk about explicitly considering the criticisms of rent controls, like the risks of sudden landlord exodus, the misallocation of properties, or the reduction in investment. But instead of seeing these as excuses to shut down or avoid discussion on rent controls, the Commission would lead an evidence-based discussion into if and how these risks could be mitigated and weigh these considerations against the merit of a rent control. So we need the Mayor to set up a rent commission. He said he'd do it in his 2019 independent commission, his blueprint on rent controls, and but he's now caveating that with saying he needs the powers. But London's renters can't afford to wait, and we need the Mayor to take leadership and set up this commission to address the rent crisis. So we're proposing allocating 100,000 to the London Rent Commission, which matches the cost of the London Housing Panel, and funding this from the same reserves. And thirdly, the Resident Empowerment Fund. So there's 133 London housing estates facing demolition. You can look them up on Estate Watch's website. And evidence from the Green Group and organisations like Just Space have shown that issues with estate ballot process, as well as the imbalance of power between residents who have built their lives on an estate and the developers who want to knock it down. We propose to redress this power. The City Hall Greens have repeatedly proposed a budget amendment to empower residents to give them access to advice and advocacy. So we'd create a resident empowerment reserve fund, initially of 1 million from the same reserves. So there's 3 ideas I've proposed. One's the Assembly has already supported, one the Mayor has proposed himself, and one's that Greens and Londoners had identified as necessary. And I look forward to you supporting our amendment.
Thank you very much. Are there any members who wish to contribute? Assembly Member Harami, please.
Thank you, Chair. Now, this is the first budget that we're seeing from this Mayor while there's been a Labour government, and the difference is remarkable. London's government would be about £1 billion worse off if it wasn't for those 2 election results in May and July. Just looking at transport, for example, an extra £485 million in capital spending for 25-26. That's even before the spending review takes place. We've seen bus fares frozen again, and fares will be 16% lower now under this Mayor than if we had continued to raise them in line with inflation. On policing, the budget also marks an unprecedented £320 million increase in Met Police funding to minimise the consequences of that £1 billion cut that the Met Police experienced during those 14 years of Tory and Liberal governments. And at the Budget and Performance Committee meeting last week, I asked the Mayor about the record number, the 34% increase in the government's national and international capital cities grant, which he did say would mean the freeing up of more resources so that less local officers are being abstracted into central London activities. On housing, more new homes have been delivered per year in London under this Mayor than any other previous Mayor of London. And London will be getting an extra £100 million in national additional £500 million funding for the Affordable Homes Programme, a major difference to what we've seen before with the previous government's levelling down process. A budget that is delivering also yet again on free school meals for children in London, extending funding another year for free holiday meals as well. As for the amendments that we've seen today from the Greens, it's the same amendments that were tabled last time, which you understand were rejected, and those reasons for Labour Group rejecting them haven't changed. For the Lib Dems, the Mayor has already responded on his approach to tackling the proposal that you've mentioned with Disability Champion, but with no staffing support and no support for that member, relatively junior member of staff. I think that's setting them up to fail as well. And as for the Tories, I think we'll take no lessons on this side about funding from the police, especially when year after year the Tories have been defunding the police year after year. On transport also, we're aware of the great damage that your proposals will cause, and some of my colleagues may wish to come in on that later on. On issues like child exploitation, so one of the 6 towns mentioned for a local inquiry in the J report was Tower Hamlets, which last time I checked was in London, and is mentioned 86. It is Assemblymember Bailey, and it is mentioned about 86 times in that report. So I think we'll definitely be supporting the Mayor's budget unamended and not any of the amendments coming from the opposite side. Thank you.
Thank you. Assemblymember Tower, please.
Thank you, Chair. Since 2016, the Mayor has cut £20 million from the money paid to councils to repair potholes on the principal road network. That's a 90% reduction. For context, he has cut 20 million from a £21 million budget. This means that already stretched council resources are having to be stretched even further to pick up the Mayor's bill, with many councillors having to do things like take on second contractors to keep up with the pothole repairs. And potholes aren't just a threat to drivers. I've had emails from cyclists who have been thrown from their bikes, get buses damaged by potholes. And of course, when people's vehicles are damaged, be that a van or a car, that can affect people's livelihoods. One budget cannot fix 9 years of failure, but this amendment gives it a good shot, which is why our amendment proposes a £15 million repair fund for potholes, which will go to local councils to help ensure that TfL is delivering for Londoners. Our amendment makes this a listening budget, a budget which listens and addresses to the real concerns of Londoners. The budget, as it stands, fails London. It fails to keep Londoners safe. It fails to keep London moving. It fails to keep London growing. This budget shirks responsibility. It lacks ambition, and that's why it needs amending. Londoners deserve better. So let's be ambitious, let's fix our roads, and let's stop the Mayor's police cuts, which is why I'll be supporting the amendment, the Conservative amendment to this budget.
Very good. Anybody else? Assembly Member Best, please, to exercise your
Thank
rights.
you. Everybody wants to get home today. I think it's pretty easy to get a handle on what the public want, and it's kind of crazy to me, I think, when we do these consultation exercises, consultancy work, and spend millions of pounds to try and figure out the basics, which is, what does the public want from the Mayor? And whenever you knock on doors, they'll tell you they want to feel safe, they want to move around their city, they want somewhere safe and comfortable to live, and they want to have things to do. And our amendment speaks to all of those things. It's the people's priorities, it's Londoners' priorities. You've heard about how, despite the disastrous combination of this Labour government and Labour Mayor, cuts to the police are not inevitable. There's a choice here, and we have a choice to keep officers. That is on the table today, and that is what you are voting for. As I knock those doors in London, I know what people would want you to do. We've heard about how roads that injure cyclists and create more danger for all road users are also not inevitable. Again, when I knock on doors, I know what Londoners would want you to do. So I wanted to touch on some of the other aspects. We've also got in there a nightlife prosperity fund and a disability champion. So we've heard today about the nightlife task force, and indeed that is a good step, perhaps, but it does feel a little bit like kicking the disco ball into the long grass. Having spoken with industry experts for years, and after having them all around the table here, it is clear what they want. They need that intervention, they need it now. The conversation has already been had. Let's get on and support nightlife in our capital. On a disability champion, I want to come back to say where this kind of originated from. And so I worked with the Disability Policy Centre and invited Assembly Member Bakari to join that discussion to make that a cross-party report. And that's where the idea of a disability commissioner came up. But I'm very clear, as Assembly Member Garrett said, that this cannot be another Amy LeMay. This needs to be a position where the person is not beholden to the Mayor. This is not their predominant salary. They need to be able to stand up in any room and speak up for disabled Londoners without wondering about who's going to cut their paycheck at the end of the day. That is the work that's being done by disability champions at the moment. So when we talk about things like floating bus stops, when we talk about extensions that had to be made by ULEZ, when we talk about additions made to the London plans, that all came from disability champions that had to do that work outside of this role. But we need to formalise that and make sure we have one of those voices, but not somebody that is going to be wedded down to what the Mayor thinks and be a megaphone for the Mayor, not a megaphone for disabled Londoners. I also thought it was interesting that you are backing, after supporting the amendment on the disability champion, Labour are now against the idea based on the Mayor's response, which is a ridiculous response. It says this falls under Debbie Weeks-Bernard's briefing. But if that were true, then when you look at Seb Dance, why on earth do we have Will Norman? Because that is the same thing. So if you are happy with having Will Norman as a walking and cycling commissioner, then you need to be happy with having an equality and disability champion as well. The other thing that we're looking at here in our amendment is making sure that we support the police cadets. As retention falls in the Met, as recruitment falls, as we see trust and confidence falls, the police cadets is one of the best tools that we have in Londoner to make sure that young people see the police as a positive influence, but also see it as a career for them. We have to invest in that in order to invest in our safety and security and the next generation of police officers. I think I'd come only briefly to touch on the Greens as well, to say we are obviously not going to be supporting any of that. I think we've made our comments clear. But on the Lib Dem motion, I think we are coming from the same place, but I do distinctly disagree with your approach to it, given the failure of Amy LeMay. I hope that everybody can support our amendment. Again, for another year, we don't see any Labour amendment, which just shows how unnecessary they are in terms of scrutiny. All they've done is praise the Mayor all day long. They didn't provide any scrutiny in our earlier session. They've never had a single idea. When we had a Conservative Mayor of London, the Conservative Assembly members used to sit here and take part in this process and put ideas to the Mayor. They have nothing to say, they have nothing to add, and it's embarrassing. But I do hope that you still support our amendment. Thank you.
Always nice to compliment.
It's the best way to get you on side. Did I lose you with that?
Has it worked before?
Assembly Member, now Assembly Member Prince, please.
Thank you, Chairman. To help fund our brilliant proposals that we put forward today, we are proposing, or one of our proposals is to remove nominee passes. Now, these are passes that are given to somebody who lives in the same household as somebody who works for TfL. One can possibly understand that an employee of TfL may get a free pass, but under this process, someone else in their household, it doesn't actually have to even be a relative, is entitled to a free pass. So we did challenge TfL on this, and we did ask them how they justify this cost. And their response was, well, the buses and the trains are running anyway, so actually it doesn't really cost us anything. That's an interesting theory, because if you use that logic, why do any of us pay to travel on the TfL system? Because at the end of the day, when I came to work today, the trains were running and the DLR was running and the buses were running, so maybe I should have got on them without paying at all. Unfortunately, I did have to pay. Also, unfortunately, of course, there are many thousands of people who do take the option of not paying, but not in a legal sense. So, what we've done, we've looked at the cost. A 1 to 6 zone travel card costs around £3,200. At the moment, there's something like 55,500 of these nominees passes in circulation. So even using a conservative estimate, we could save around £21 million. I don't think there's anybody in this room, even on that side of the chamber, that would say TfL couldn't use an extra £21 million, if only to give to the boroughs to fill Tom's potholes. And who wouldn't want to fill Tom's potholes, I put to you. So I'm asking you to support our amendment, and I'll say please instead of being rude to you, because this will save £21 million, it won't cost TfL anything, and we will have a pothole-free London. Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Baker, please.
Thanks, Chair. I want to speak on one matter and one matter only, which I don't think the Conservatives have mentioned in their speeches on their amendment at all so far. Please correct me if I'm wrong, which is to cut staff at TfL, 500 of them. So we've done a quick look at it. Obviously, you always give them very, very late, so a quick look at it. But putting aside London Underground staff, that's 1 in 20 posts. That's 1 in 20 posts in Transport for London. Yes. Okay, fine. So you're asking the organisation to do more and more, as again you are now, but not supplying and not supporting the workers who actually keep our transport system running. So after years of strangling the funding for transport system, you want to do it further. And frankly, even putting aside the critique of all the other proposals that we've made today, that would be basis to reject your amendment on its own, as far as I can see. So I would urge you to make sure that you know exactly what you're proposing, and also stand up and defend it, if that's what you want to do to our transport system. Stand up and defend it, and say to TfL staff next time you see them that you think 1 in 20 of them can just go, okay? So that's all I've got to say on that matter, frankly, but I'm absolutely furious with you to bury that in your proposal and not even stand up and defend it.
Watch this space, yeah.
At the last, yeah? You're checking those numbers, are you, Neil? I am upset because I actually defend those staff that you want to do more and more.
Millionaires.
Millionaires.
TfL staff and
TfL
millionaires.
staff, millionaires.
No, please. Allow members to speak. Member Wilson.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for those members who have tabled amendments to this budget today. I'll set out my position on each of them in turn, beginning with the Green Amendment. I actually agree with some of it, which will be of great surprise to probably everybody, not least myself, even though I was here when it was previously discussed at the last meeting. But the bit I agree with is on toilets. I think Assembly Member Russell, I know this is an issue you're very passionate about and have been raising repeatedly, and making some good progress on it, and I wish you well in making further progress on it, because as I get slightly older myself, I now find it less and less comfortable coming home for a night out. Always a bit of a challenge to get there in time, and so far just about made it, but I'll stop talking about that now. But unfortunately, I can't possibly support the way you're intending to fund it by putting further costs on hard-pressed motorists who already face the outrageous cost of ULEZ, congestion charge, and so on. The Lib Dem amendment, I completely understand and sympathise with the motivation behind it, but I think I agree with Assemblymember Garrett that the better approach to dealing with that particular subject is the way that has been put forward in the Conservative amendment, which brings me to the Conservative amendment. I welcome it, absolutely welcome it. Very comprehensive set of proposals, and I actually agree with every single spending item. That's probably less surprising than the fact that I agree with the spending item from the Greens. I've always made it very clear that I believe in genuine cross-party working, whether that's in local councils, where I served as a member under Assemblymember Prince, as part of a coalition administration, whether it's in national government, and there's a reason why the coalition government was the most successful and most stable government of recent times. So yeah, and I'd like to be able to extend that to the way we work here. So given that, I'm a little bit disappointed that my very friendly and polite request to have sight of your amendment before today's meeting was rebuffed. That's something I may have to remember when the inevitable knock on the door comes in a couple of years' time and you're begging us not to stand a mayoral candidate, but we'll leave that for a couple of years' time. But on the substance of the amendment, the Conservative amendment, I agree. The spending items are well targeted, and most of the funding solutions make sense as well. There is, however, one glaring omission, which, from my comments this morning, won't surprise you, is what I'm about to say. You've missed the opportunity to get on top of this misplaced priority where the Mayor's budget is spending more on climate and net zero than it is on what we all, on the right of politics, say is our biggest priority, which is keeping the streets safe. Assemblymember Turrell, you talk about ambition. This could have been so much more ambitious if only you'd taken the opportunity to grasp that nettle and do that. So I can only conclude that the Conservatives, like Labour, are happy for that imbalance to continue. However, overall, taken in the round, does the Conservative amendment make for a better budget? Yes, it does. Will I be supporting it? Yes, I will.
Oh, well done. Thank you very much.
Assemblymember Mahfouz, please.
Thanks, Chair. So we've heard quite a lot today about ambition, and we hear lots in politics nowadays about making promises and keeping promises. And actually, this budget is exactly about those two things. It is ambitious with a vision for London, and it keeps the promises that the Mayor made just 1 year ago. Stood on a platform of making London fairer, safer and greener, and it does exactly that. On fairer, we see that we are maintaining free school meals for every primary school child across London, benefiting over 25,000 children across Ealing and Hillingdon alone during what continues to be a difficult cost of living crisis. The Mayor is sticking with freezing bus fares for those who are on the lowest incomes and using some of the most accessible transport means in our city. And putting a record £10 million to tackle homelessness and more money to build genuinely affordable homes that are desperately needed across our city. When it comes to safer, we've seen, despite £1.1 billion worth of cuts under the previous Tory government, we've got record spend on the Met Police to protect community policing in our neighbourhoods, which is time and time again what people say they want to see on our streets. We're also making more money available to make our streets safer, as has been asked for by the Greens and other parties, both from a road safety point of view, but also in terms of making sure that we tackle the scourge of violence against women and girls too. And on greener, we appreciate that not everybody around this table may agree with this principle, but the Mayor pledged to make London greener. We are funding to help make more Londoners reduce their heating costs, protecting school children from the dangers of poor air quality, and we of course pledged to make our rivers cleaner too. And of course, a key priority for so many across around this table as well is about making London more accessible. And so I'm proud that this is a budget that pushes forward the pledge to deliver Superloop 2, which will see 2 new routes from Ealing, one that crosses the border from my constituency and takes people from Gareth's constituency over to mine, and the other one going as far north as my 2 fantastic colleagues for Barnet and Camden and Harrow and Brent. We're also going to see those desperately needed new trains on the Piccadilly line and additional trains on the Elizabeth line, and we're making more stations step-free, including Northolt, which is my own hometown, which is fantastic to see. And all we see is from the Tories sniping from the sidelines. The best proposal isn't actually in this motion, it's in the subsequent motion about Leasehold Advice Centre, which is, guess what? It's a Labour manifesto pledge to support leaseholders. But of course, if they genuinely cared about leaseholders, we would have seen them mention it in their mayoral candidates' manifesto last year. So I went to double check how many times leaseholders were mentioned in that manifesto. I know we're at a budget meeting, so can anyone tell me the grand total? 0. 0 times leaseholders were mentioned in the Tory manifesto last year. They claim to be the party of the private sector, and yet they want to get rid of London Partners, which secures millions of pounds from the private sector year after year. And the Tories state that they want to put £15 million for potholes, whilst their previous government didn't even allow London to bid for funding to tackle potholes. But what has this Labour government done? They're asking for 15 million. Labour's already put in 24.5. So we've already trumped them on that front. And we can see that their other pledges seem to just mimic what happens across the pond with their trying to make cuts to TfL along the same lines that Doge are trying to make cuts to vital services in the US. But look, what we've seen the result of 14 years of Tory cuts to public services, cutting them to the bone whilst crashing the economy, creating a housing crisis like no other. The Tories have the brass neck to come here to make proposals like they have today, whilst the Mayor and Labour nationally have pledged to deliver change across London, and this budget makes London safer, makes it fairer, makes it greener, and that's why I will be supporting this budget.
Great. Assembly Member Georgiou.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I always seem to be following Assembly Member Mahfouz, and I always get to say, mate, he's not going to offer you a job. You could be as not. He can't hear you from up there. He's not listening. You're wasting your time. So look, let's go through. Assembly Member Baker, as usual, has led a very good segue for me to talk about the cuts that we're proposing to the budget. To cut out the nasty woke overspending that we've got in this place and from this mayor. So firstly, there'll be a saving of £22.4 million in reducing the number of bureaucrats in MOPAC and giving that money straight to the Met. Abolish London and Partners before they start saying they've contributed trillions to London's economy, of which I've never heard an honest number out of them anyway. On the point of Assembly Member Baker, don't worry, I'll bring the context in later, because apparently, according to my leader, I've got lots of time on this, so you love that. So, reducing the TfL office headcount by 10%, plus a hiring freeze, and protecting customer-facing roles, those that do the graft in TfL day in, day out, and that will be a £40 million saving. Reducing the GLA staffing cost by 10%, plus a hiring freeze, another 16 million. Abolishing 4 deputy mayors. I'm sorry, Bassam, that means you'll be out the job next time, but that's 1.5 million saving. Ending TfL nominee parties. Assembly Member Prince has already gone through those brilliantly, so I'll leave that for a little bit. So that's 21.28 million. Abolishing the Night Tsar. a saving of £132,000, one less lackey for the mayor to give a job to, and reallocating the BR surplus, which is 37.6 million. So the context for all of this, so that's £150 million worth of savings in our amendment. So that would mean, and perhaps GB News may phrase it this way, almost 600 TfL fat cats earn £100,000 a year or more, some more than the Prime Minister, and as useless this one is, at least he's got a finger on the nuclear buttons, which no one should be earning more than the Prime Minister in the public sector as far as I'm concerned. 500 more employees, including the GLA, Mopac, also earn more than £100,000 a year. As it stands, the GLA is hiring dozens of roles. I'm sorry, Assemblymember Polanski may want to cover his ears, including 2 climate change mitigation officers on £51,000 each, which is a disgrace. A London plan manager on £63,000 a year. An operational policy manager on £66,000 a year will all be gone under our amendment. Nominee passes for TfL employees and an additional member of their household with no restrictions or cap is completely unacceptable. And I'd also add, following the thread of Assemblymember Prince, of this, oh, well, they need to get to work anyway. Well, the last time I checked, I paid to go to work. We are elected members. We should pay to go to work. And I would add on this point, when the mayor cut back the hours for Freedom Pass people, that was okay by Labour member standards. And as far as I'm concerned, it isn't, because the trains are running before 9 o'clock, aren't they, Assemblymember Prince? Last time, yeah, thank you very much. And he pays. So I'd also add that one thing that wasn't mentioned was bus and train drivers are also eligible for nominee passes. So as we have outlined in this amendment, there are clear savings to be made within the Mayor's Office for Policing and Crime, Mopac, the GLA, TfL budgets respectively, in a way that does not adversely impact everyday lives of Londoners or the services they receive. We have identified a series of pragmatic and prudent cost-saving measures to protect the Met's funding and avoid the loss of a single police officer from the streets. So I really, with this lot over here, Mr. Chairman, I really don't understand what they have to object to. We want more police on the streets, get rid of, have a child sexual exploitation committee and investigation, and various other things that all Londoners actually want, while saving £150 million. So, once again, Assemblymember Baker asked for it, and I delivered it. These are our cuts, and I'm proud to stand by them. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Assemblymember Duval, please.
Thank you very much. Well, for the first time ever since Boris Johnson, we've heard the Tories talk in favour of people on bikes, I think. Not quite happy about cycle lanes, kept quiet on that, but we're happy to talk about bikes, particularly if they're being taken away from people. Of course, there are things in this budget that we fully support. There are things in your amendments that we quite like, including some in the Tory amendments.
Name them.
But,
Name them.
But actually, the real issue about the Tories and their budget is a deceitful budget, because it's about cuts. It's about cuts in jobs. And I've got to say, I thought it was an excellent contribution from my colleague there that I followed, in the sense that he outlined that real agenda. He was a bit too enthusiastic when he talked about people losing their jobs or never their status. In terms of that, isn't the... I prefer that than the mealy-mouth leader that you've got at the moment, because you know where you stand with you. I can know where I can disagree with you in terms of those cuts, and that's an honest approach. You don't dress it up, you tell it as it is, and I don't like it, and I won't be voting for it. That's my
Len,
choice.
I thought you were saying
and I don't mind. I don't mind.
I
I don't mind. And I'm not going to be rude about people, but I could be. Because actually, how you come across in the way that you deliver your views on our lives and about people opposite, you're pretty rude yourself, to be honest, and you don't stop it, and it doesn't do your politics any harm. Albeit you're trying to change. It's a bit like Dr. Strangelove. You're trying to change that you're not cutters. You're trying to tell me that you're socially aware Tories, and I'm really voting for it. And the social wing of the Tories are talking about leaseholders in a way your manifesto couldn't do. And actually, I might like that. I might not like it. You have to wait and see. But the question is for me, why we don't support that. We have signed up fully in terms of this mayor's budget. There are things in there that are commendable. My colleagues have said that in terms of a way forward for this administration. The trouble with the Tory budget is how long does it take it to unravel? You hide it, you close it off, you don't share it, you give it to us last minute. Our poor colleague here couldn't get to read it, and he's going to be taking over your party soon, and you're not even talking to him. You're not even talking to him. And you know, you're in denial. You're in denial and fantasy land about some of the options that you're putting forward. And actually, they're shortchanging Londoners. We don't want to shortchange Londoners, and nor do I want to deceive Londoners on a populist programme that things will always be okay. You do down a mayor that has delivered for policing, whether you like it or not. From day one, he has put his money where his mouth is and actually given what he can in terms of the council precept and other monies into tackling crime in this community. This budget is a record level of investment, whatever you may say. Yes, we've got to manage the tough times. We've got to look forward to the future, and we've got to come together at some stage around the future expenditure review, because that holds the key for London in many ways, whether it's transport or policing. These are the issues we have to grapple with. We're not going to be diverted by the serene voices and the hidden motives that you have, that you've changed, because these people are chasing you. That's the only reason why we...
I think you're fine there. Actually, you're chasing them, actually, Len.
I'd rather listen to some of my other colleagues, albeit I might disagree with the way that you want to achieve it, but I've got more in sympathy with some of the issues that you're pursuing today.
Thank you.
Anybody else indicating? Assembly Member Hall, please.
Thank you, Chairman. If I can just go through some comments made before. Assemblymember Russell, you have to be absolutely commended and applauded for your endeavours to increase public toilets. I'm sure everybody actually here agree with it, and thank you for continuing to push that forward. Assemblymember Bakari, we do not look after disabled people enough. We never have done, and we absolutely should do. We have something in our amendment, but you're right to support them. I really like the things that I'm hearing from Inclusion London. They came to a policing meeting recently. We really must support disabled people wherever we can, every one of us. Assemblymember Hirani, you pointed towards us and you said defund the police. Well, perhaps I should remind you that that was the mantra of BLM. And I'm reminded, of course, of them every time I see a picture of our Prime Minister on his knees and the Deputy Prime Minister. They're the ones that wanted to defund the police. We are not the ones that want to defund the police, and I'll come to that in a while. Assemblymember Wilson, your comments on climate change, I must be honest, I agree. I would put a lot of that money into policing because we must breathe fresh air, etc. But it's no good if your kid goes out and gets stabbed to death. We need police on our streets. We need what we need now. And I actually have to say this. If I was a black mum in London with my kids in the wrong company, I would be terrified as to whether they would come home. And we must stop and think about that, and we must help some communities, because the death toll is appalling. We need more police on our streets. Assemblymember Deval, you talk about that there's joy from my colleague about people losing jobs. I promise you there isn't. But the one thing that every one of us has got to concentrate on is this disgraceful national insurance increase for employers, because that will affect Londoners really, really badly. And I would suggest it will affect the poorest of Londoners. And it was the worst thing that the Chancellor could do. It will really damage a lot of jobs. And it's all very well for us, particularly in policing, which is, you know, I'm passionate about. It's okay for the government to pay for that. But what about all these small businesses? They haven't got anybody that's going to pay that money for them. They are going to have to let people go or not re-employ. They don't want to, but putting a tax on employment when you want to grow the economy is bloody ridiculous. So, no, my colleague absolutely isn't happy about people losing their jobs. And I am not happy about particularly Londoners, because that's what we're here for, who will lose their jobs. They will be the poorest because of this dreadful national insurance hike. So that brings me really to my comments on our amendment. The Mayor quite rightfully says safety of Londoners is his number one priority. And I agree with that. It is absolutely my number one priority. But if it's his priority, he needs to find the money to put into policing. We know from the Commissioner he has not got enough money. He does not have enough resources. Now, the Mayor constantly says, oh, we've got an increase in population, and uses that as an argument for various different things. We have got an increase in population, so we need to increase our police numbers. You ask any Londoner, they feel safer if they see a police officer. They just do. It makes you feel safer. We are going to be losing frontline police officers. None of that can want that for London. None of us can want that for Londoners, because Londoners don't want that. So our amendment has found £122 million to be put into frontline policing. This, to me, in our amendment, is one of the most important things. If we don't support our police, how can we expect them to support us? Yeah. We need to support their numbers. We need to make sure that they've got everything they need in order to keep us safe. I feel very strongly about this. And if the Mayor thinks that it's his number one thing to keep Londoners safe, then he should damn well put his money where his mouth is, because there are areas in this budget that he could actually reduce in order to put more police on our streets.
Well said. Very good.
Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. There's been so much said, I might have to leap all over the place a little bit on my comments. I just want to quickly address the Greens. It doesn't matter how you dress it up, what you say you will look at the pros and the negatives of. Rent control will destroy London. There is nowhere in the world, from Buenos Aires to New York, where rent controls has done anything other than reduce supply and massively hike rents. If you want to look at something that happened in this country, just take yourself to Scotland and see what happened there. Rent controls sound great. They're an utter disaster, particularly for poor people and particularly for young poor people. So no, no, and no again. It's ridiculous. Please stop normalising the idea that rent control will do anything for London other than destroy it. It's been said by some of the most prominent economists in the world. Her name escapes me, a left-wing economist. She said, the only more effective way to destroy a city is to bomb it. Please stop talking about rent controls. It isn't fair on the young people who are struggling to find somewhere to live. Assemblymember Hughes talked about promises and how good it was that our mayor can now work with his Labour government. He should ask the WASPy women how they feel about promises made by the Labour government, or maybe the people who thought they were going to get a winter fuel payment, how they feel about promises made about the government.
Promise made,
and
promise
much
broken.
of your comments, some by Assemblymember Duval as well, and some by Assemblymember Baker, are designed to make us look like bad people. No, but the whole point is here, that's what makes politics terrible. One of the better things I've experienced from actually being on assembly is sometimes having a debate with Len. I think we could agree, Len, our politics take a different track, but the debate is the important part. So when it comes to making this budget, where there's always going to be disagreement, there has to be room for different ideas. And doing childish cheap tricks like that means that it doesn't happen. And I want to go to something that Assemblymember Harani said. This is the thing that's really bothering me lately, about this investigation, national and in London, and why I said the mayor should put some money aside. And he was quite warm to the idea this morning about what's going on. You talked about Tower Hamlets. As important as Tower Hamlets is, it's a tiny part of London. We want to look at all of London to see if we have sex grooming gangs here. We want to support our police. You speak to any rank and file police officer and you ask them if they feel supported by the mayor, you'd be horrified by the answer. You ask them if they feel like they could take on their council or they could take on a GLA official or a senior police officer around something that they thought they had spotted. This inquiry is important for the safety of our children. This inquiry will be important for the cohesiveness of our communities. One of the great things about London is we have a great diversity and we generally rub along together. We don't want to let something undermine that in a very serious way. This inquiry is important and should be done. So don't talk to me about just Tower Hamlets. There's 32 other boroughs that would like to have a look at what's going on underneath the bonnet where they are working. There was a comment made today about London and Partners and Commercial ID. Let's be clear, we fund them. They're not a commercial organisation.
They bring money in.
No, they don't. No, they don't. To my mind, they have a good line they spin, but you would believe that London didn't exist until they arrived.
Correct.
Yeah, and we were doing quite well before they arrived, so I disagree. And please don't use the words London and Partner Commercial in the same thing, because the mayor pays for that, and he pays an awful lot of money for that, and that money could be placed elsewhere. It would make much more impact on what's going on. Sorry, just to jump up, to click back. Caroline, you do have to be commended on this work for toilets. I know in some senses it can seem very small and mundane, but for many Londoners it's the difference between being able to leave the house or not. And again, I really do appreciate that and keep fighting a good fight, and we can support you as much as we can support you. But rent controls means I absolutely will never vote for your thing, because it's a hideous idea that makes poor people poorer. The last thing to be said is this. We have had a lot of conversations around here about austerity and 13 and the black hole which didn't exist, even though OBR said that. But let's be clear, the economy you received from us was in better condition, it was in better condition than what we received from you. Yeah? And let's be clear, Liz Truss's budget, mini budget, I accept. There was a part of ways on the concept, but let's be clear, it has not been half of negative impact as the budget that your current Chancellor delivered for this country. If you believe in growth, if you want to help Sadiq Khan, a tax on employment is madness. We are the youngest city in this country. We have
Assembly
young
member,
people
could
who are
you
desperate for a job. Give them that job.
Could
Don't
you come to an end,
last
please?
thing to say,
No,
right, the
no,
mayor
Assembly
took
member,
this
Assembly member, not the
Conservative
last
government
thing.
gave him almost
Assembly
an
member,
extra £1 billion.
Assembly member,
What
sit
did he
down.
do with it?
Sit down. Not a last thing to say. No. Are there anybody else wish to contribute? Assembly member Roberts to exercise his right.
Thank you, Chair. I'm very pleased to be able to second the important budget amendment today regarding the Disability Champion. This is something which we all voted in favour of just in September of last year. Yes, we've had a response from the Mayor. We've had a lovely spot of mayor-splaining about how we don't really need to do this, about how we really don't need, it's already being taken care of. This is not the experience of disabled Londoners on a daily basis. We are being supported in this budget amendment by Inclusion London, who do not feel that they are being given the support from the Deputy Mayor's office. They do not feel that they are being supported on a day-to-day basis in a way that a disability champion would be able to support them. And nothing has changed since September of last year. Not one single thing has changed other than the Mayor's response. So really, if you felt that it was the right thing to do then, I would suggest that you need to support this amendment, because it was the right thing to support then, and therefore it's the right thing to support now. Because what we had from the Mayor's response is very clear: nothing is going to happen unless you make sure that it does, unless you vote for it through a budget amendment. Assemblymember Baker said you need to stand up and defend it on a different subject. I agree. You do need to stand up and defend what you wanted last time, rather than simply accepting the Mayor's view that everything is fine and nothing needs to change. I would also echo what Assemblymember Mahfouz said, that this is all about a budget of making promises and keeping promises. You made a promise to the disabled community of London that you wanted to see a disabled champion. This is about making sure that you can keep that promise through the budget process today. This is not about accepting the Mayor's view. This is about the London Assembly asserting its view on whether there is a need for a disabled champion, and I would suggest that there is. And you may not like the method which is being brought about. You may not like the exact model which is being proposed. However, it is a model. It is a model which is being proposed, and therefore, unless you have something better that you wish to come to us, you haven't come to us with anything better, then this is the one to support. Because we have heard that there's an alternative disability champion being proposed by the Conservatives. And frankly, if I may borrow from your Dr. Seuss, do I like it? I do not. I do not like it, not one jot. Your champion role is far too small. I do not like it, not at all. So, we can have something which we can absolutely say, today we've come to the London Assembly and we have achieved something. We've achieved something which is going to be of a real difference. So, let me see, back to the script. So the issues related to the lack of involvement from disabled people show up everywhere. One example, the Met's own Disability Network reports that approximately 7 million people, £7 million, has been spent in the last year resolving discrimination cases related to disability. So it's obvious that including disabled people in the co-creation of policies and cultural improvement to the Met makes considerable financial sense, as well as being the right thing to do. So do, I hope, support this amendment. By the way, this is the only amendment which is before you, which you can actually support, because you can't hide behind oh, well, we like this, but we don't like this. And, oh, well, we like this, but we don't like that. This is very simple, straightforward. Ask from an existing pot of money. The business rate reserve, don't forget, it's not going to put anybody's taxes up. It's using existing money in the reserve pot to make a real change to disabled Londoners' lives. And therefore, I hope that you will support it. I'm not confident that you will, but I hope that you will remember the promise that you made to disabled Londoners in September of last year, that you want to see a disabled champion, and therefore you want to see it put through as part of the budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Russell to sum up on her amendment, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Now, I want to build on the excellent points made by Assemblymember Baker and Assemblymember Duval. I think that both GLA staff and TfL staff, if any of them are listening to this debate going on, will be wondering what some Assembly members think of them and the work that they do, the lack of respect for those jobs that so many people do working for these organisations, TfL, for the GLA. It's, you know, London would be the poorer for those jobs disappearing, and the work that those people are doing is absolutely critical to keeping our city functioning, to keeping our city moving around safely. So it's and these job cuts are just extraordinary. 500 TfL staff and a TfL hiring freeze that appears to be indefinite. The GLA hiring freeze is just for 1 year apparently, but there's a 10% reduction in GLA staff headcount. These are huge, huge numbers of people who, if your budget amendment was able to pass, would be wondering about their jobs and their job security. And then these other things, you know, it is all about cuts. You're cutting London and Partners, you're reducing the number of deputy mayors, you're getting rid of the night czar. It's trying to just dismantle everything, and there's absolutely no way that we will be voting for a budget with that level of staff cuts, and particularly the indefinite hiring freeze at TfL. In terms of what you're planning to spend the money on, you're giving a blank cheque of £122 million to the Metropolitan Police. Now, I know the Greens have a different view on policing from the Conservative group, but we all agree with Dame Louise Casey that there is a need for real reform in the Met, and just giving them a blank cheque for how that money gets spent seems extremely trusting. And then on your potholes, I absolutely love the idea of filling in all the potholes in London. It's a really, it would be great. It would make the roads much safer, and it's something that should be being done as part of business as usual. But if you have cut so many TfL back office staff, there's going to be no one to tell anyone where to put the tarmac to fill those potholes in. You're going to have people wandering around with a bucket of tarmac, wondering where to put it.
Don't need TfL.
And then just on that point of your listening budget, the Mayor's 2019 blueprint for renters included a statistic that 68% of Londoners would like to see rent controls. So just not quite sure who you're listening to. Anyway, I'm now going to move on to Assembly Member Bakari, because the Lib Dem amendment is absolutely critical. We have, as an Assembly, agreed that we believe that in the motion that was put by Assembly Members Prince and Bakari, that we need a disability champion here at City Hall to stand up and put that voice of disabled Londoners into every single part of the work here at City Hall. We all agreed it was a really sensible idea. The Lib Dem group has come up with a funded proposal of how to make it work. And really, I hope the Labour WhatsApp group will get chattering about, can't we just support this funded amendment that is something that we've all said that we support, and to actually let disabled Londoners know that we really do mean it when we agree to a motion that we want there to be a disability champion here at City Hall. Anyway, that's it from me, and I very much hope you'll support the Green Amendment.
Assembly Member Garrett, please, to sum up on his amendment.
Thanks. So we support the idea of, dealing with the Lib Dem amendment first, we obviously support the idea of a disability champion, which is why we've put it in our own amendment. But as we said, making it a GLA staff member ties them to being a mayoral mouthpiece, and we want them to be an independent voice. It may be that there's a way we could somehow merge these ideas and make that happen. But we feel that's a very important lesson that was learnt from the failed Night Tsar experiment that we would not want to repeat. To the Greens amendment, more toilets, more congestion charges and socialist housing policy. Toilets, good, thumbs up for toilets. Maybe not so much the others. And just reflecting on Assemblymember Russell's comments just now, she seemed very worried about people losing their job, but not apparently worried at all about police officers and police staff losing their jobs under the Mayor's proposal that is before us. Correct. There seems to be quite a differential empathy levels being displayed. Labour. I particularly liked Assemblymember Duval, who called me mealy-mouthed, then in the next breath said that he didn't want to insult anyone. So I don't know whether you thought people wouldn't notice, or whether you just maybe you didn't think mealy-mouthed was an insult. But I spoke a couple of weeks ago about the importance of maths. So to clarify for Labour, our amendment affects only TfL HQ's staff, not frontline, and by frontline I'm including people who do important work that isn't customer facing but does involve actually running a transport system. It's actually less than 2% of TfL staff, so maybe there's a mathematical error. I think maybe Councillor George, you could get a checkbook out for some more calculators. On Labour's defence of the Mayor's budget, I did particularly enjoy that. I think they really have tried their best to sell some pretty thin changes as transformative. Labour AMs might have forgotten, but the Labour Chancellor didn't even mention the London Mayor or the GLA in her disaster budget speech in the autumn. Correct. And Labour may have forgotten, but I asked the Mayor after the general election what we can expect from this Labour government, and he told me to wait for that budget. And since the budget didn't even mention the GLA, I asked him again, I'm sure you will remember, and he told me to wait for the comprehensive spending review. And of course, we're still waiting, except we've now been told that it's June. What we get in June remains to be seen. Can it really be as big a disaster as the autumn?
Yes.
Perhaps I'm being too unreasonably fair, but I don't underestimate this Labour government's ability to trip over their own shoelaces and land heavily on the British public. I imagine there'll be at least something in that spending review for London, and I'm certain that the Labour members opposite will cling desperately to it when it arrives. But what our amendment shows is that we can get out of Labour's waiting room. We can actually make some decisions to make London better. we show that on keeping Londoners safe, on speaking up for disabled Londoners, on fixing potholes, on boosting our struggling nightlife, and on tackling London's theft epidemic, instead of Labour's waiting room plan, instead of doing nothing until Starmer's clown car government announces it, Conservatives have shown today what the Mayor could do, what we as an Assembly can do if we wish. Please support our wonderful amendment to make London better. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Assembly Member Bakari to sum up on her amendment.
Thank you. Earlier I said that politics should not be a barrier to change. We made a promise, and we made it in this room, every single one of us, with Inclusion London and Disabled Londoners sitting here. It is their motion, and it is their amendment. This isn't about politics. This isn't a Liberal Democrat amendment. This is their amendment. You are taking their words and you are twisting them if you do not agree with them, because they have worked so hard to make sure that their voices are heard. They've tried to work with the systems that are in place here, and it's not worked. Now, we made that promise here in this room. I made that promise myself with the Disability Policy Centre when they were here, and when Cush, one of the most amazing advocates for the disabled community in London, came up with this idea. In the hustings that I took part in, with Andrew Boff here as well, I made that promise to make sure we had a disability champion. In every Transport Committee meeting, and I know that Assembly Member Baker can, vouch for this, I have mentioned it in every single meeting and asked that question of disabled Londoners, do you want a disability champion? The word has been yes, yes, yes. It has, and you know it. Let's look at it all up. You can ask them all again and ask Inclusion London. This is what they want. And it is not necessarily what you are worried about, the Conservatives, a political appointment. We should be basing our proposal of a future disability champion on somebody that was here before, a past employee. That is really unfair and wrong. We want to make sure this role is done to its best in terms of making sure it represents Londoners properly. And we're really happy to listen to your opinions on how to make it work. But it is our job to hold them accountable, and it's our job to make sure that they do a good job. And it's their job to make sure that they represent disabled Londoners. And I have asked deputy mayors quite in conversations and said, what do you think of the idea? They all agreed when I had those relaxed conversations that they think a disability champion would be a great idea. And I know I've had them here as well, with all of the people I've talked to here about it. Some of us have been talking about children's stories. I was thinking as I was listening to everybody today, I couldn't stop thinking about the tiger who came to tea, the smiling tiger, and how you shouldn't trust it. And I don't want politics to be like that. It shouldn't be like that. We all have a duty to London, and all have a duty particularly to the most vulnerable people in London. And disabled Londoners have asked for this. We have not said that they don't need a team. A team would be a great idea, but that doesn't stop you from voting for this amendment. What I feel like has happened is that since that moment that you all voted for this, you have struggled and got together in your groups and said, how do we make sure we don't have to support it? What's the best way to do that? And that's a real damn shame.
Yeah.
Politics should be about change. And it's up to us to do it. Every single one of us here was elected to represent all Londoners, whatever background, whatever political persuasion. Do the right thing. Because I know if today it doesn't pass, and I know politics can sometimes be a barrier to change, you will see me and my colleague, and I know some of you here today, will continue to fight for the disabled Londoners, and we will continue to make sure that there is a voice in City Hall for every disabled Londoner, because that is what they deserve.
Well done. Excellent.
Before we take the vote. I'm going to do a 5-minute break. I've had a request to have a 5-minute recess. Okay, 5 minutes.
Return at 3:15, Chair, please.
Return at 3:15. So I will, we now move to the vote on the debate that we've had. And sorry, where am I?
Thank you, Chair. I can put
Yeah,
the
that's to you.
I'll put the budget amendments to the vote in the order they were moved. So first up is the budget amendment in the name of Assembly Member Bakari. Just a reminder that I'm going to call you all alphabetically with the Chair and the Deputy Chair listed last. I'm going to ask you to indicate if you're voting for, against or abstaining. Just a reminder that abstentions effectively lower the threshold for the two-thirds vote in this space. So the two-thirds threshold for passing a budget amendment isn't a fixed number. It's based on the number of members in the room and the number of members voting at this stage. So, Assembly Member Ahmad. Assembly Member Bailey.
Abstention.
Assembly Member Baker.
Against.
Assembly Member Best.
Abstain.
Assembly Member Bakari.
For.
Assembly Member Clark.
Against.
Assembly Member Cooper.
Against.
Assembly Member Desai.
Against.
Assembly Member Garbett.
For.
Assembly Member Garrett.
Abstain.
Assembly Member Georgiou.
Abstain.
Assembly Member Hall.
Abstain.
Assembly Member Harani.
Against.
Assembly Member Mafous.
Against.
Assembly Member McCartney.
Against.
Assembly Member Moema.
Against.
Assembly Member Palansky.
For.
Assembly Member Prince.
Abstain.
Assembly Member Roberts.
For.
Assembly Member Russell.
For.
Assembly Member Small Edwards.
Against.
Assembly Member Turrell.
Abstain.
Assembly Member Wilson.
Against.
Assembly Member Boff, the Chair.
Abstain.
Assembly Member Duval.
Against.
Thank you, members. Give me 1 moment to add those totals. That means that we had 17 members voting in total. There were 12 votes against, 5 votes in favour and 8 abstentions, and the threshold was actually 12 votes in favour, and it hasn't met that threshold, so that amendment falls. Now I'm going to ask for votes on the amendment in the name of Assembly Member Garrett. I'm going to call members again in alphabetical order. Assembly Member Ahmad.
Against.
Assembly Member Bailey.
No.
One job.
Lord Bailey.
Yeah, one job today. One job.
He's always got 2 jobs.
He's not going to employ me. 4.
Are you after his job?
Assembly Member
I
Baker.
got confused. They're just...
Just a minute, I've got to check. Against.
We can tell why.
Assembly Member Best.
For.
Assembly Member Bakari.
For.
Oh, sorry. We're against, but love the leaseholder idea. That was in our manifesto.
Assembly Member Clark.
Against.
Assembly Member Cooper.
Against.
Assembly Member Desai.
For.
Assembly Member Garbett.
Against.
Assembly Member Garrett.
4.
Assembly Member Georgiou.
4.
Assembly Member Hall.
For.
Assembly Member Harani.
Against.
Assembly Member Mafous.
Against.
Assembly Member McCartney.
Against.
Assembly Member Moema.
Against.
Assembly Member Palansky.
Against.
Assembly Member Prince.
4.
Assembly Member Roberts.
Against.
Assembly Member Russell.
Against.
Assembly Member Small Edwards.
Against.
Assembly Member Turrell.
4.
Assembly Member Wilson.
4.
Assembly Member Boff, the Chair.
4.
And Assembly Member Duval, the Deputy Chair.
Against.
Thank you, members. All 25 Assembly members voted. There were 16 votes against and 9 votes in favour. The threshold was, in fact, 17 votes in favour, so that amendment falls. We now move on to voting on the final budget amendment. Assembly Member Ahmad. Sorry, this is the amendment in the name of Assembly Member Russell. Assembly Member Ahmad.
Against.
Assembly Member Bailey.
Against.
Assembly Member Baker.
Against.
Assembly Member Best.
Against.
Assembly Member Bakari.
Against, but we love loads of it. Sorry.
Assemblymember Clark.
Against.
Assemblymember Cooper.
Against.
Assemblymember Desai.
Against.
Assemblymember Garbett.
For.
Assemblymember Garrett.
Against.
Assemblymember Georgiou. Assemblymember Hall.
Against.
Assemblymember Harani.
Against.
Assemblymember Mahfouz.
Against.
Assemblymember McCartney.
Against.
Assemblymember Moema.
Against.
Assemblymember Polanski.
For.
Assemblymember Prince.
Against.
Assemblymember Roberts.
Against.
Assemblymember Russell.
For.
Assemblymember Small Edwards.
Against.
Assemblymember Turrell.
Against.
Assemblymember Wilson.
Against.
Assemblymember Boff, the Chair.
Against.
And Assemblymember Duval, Deputy Chair.
Against.
Thank you, members. All 25 Assembly members voted. There were 22 votes against, there were 3 in favour, and the threshold for passing that amendment was 17 votes in favour, so that amendment falls. So, before we move on, can I ask if any member wishes to move any further formal budget amendment? Okay, I see no indications. So, just to confirm that no formal budget amendment has attracted the requisite 2/3 majority of votes, we will now move to debating any budget-related motions, and the Chair will put the substantive motion to the Assembly at the end of the meeting. Chair, we have 2 budget-related motions which have been tabled. The order in which they were received is the one in the name of Assemblymember Best first, and the one in your name second. So can I suggest that they are moved and seconded in that order?
Sure. Assemblymember Best to propose her budget-related motion, please.
Thank you, Chair. London drug deaths are higher than at any point in the last 25 years. This is a motion about stopping drug harm, reducing drug taking, and giving our police officers every tool they need in prevention. It's not about being soft on drugs. It's not about increasing drug use. I repeat, it's about stopping drug harm, reducing drug taking, and giving our police officers every tool they need in prevention. The evidence is clear across the UK and Europe. Drug testing and checking services has led to up to 25% reductions in drug harm where it's been present. Over 50% of cases have seen dosage reduction, and 96% of service users that have used the service are seeing a health professional for the very first time in their lives. The police need our support, and we look to their testimonial and evaluation of this service primarily. In Bristol, the feedback is unequivocal. The police say this has been hugely beneficial for them. They said that whilst enforcement remains their clear priority, this has brought wider benefits. The police say this has been provided invaluable contact and engagement activities. They also say it's provided them with the intelligence that they need to serve their communities. The police cannot do this alone. They need support from all services. Last year, Labour said they'd like more time to mull this over, whilst they were supportive of the idea in principle, and that's the reason why this is a budget-related motion, not an amendment, so it doesn't wed the Mayor to any set proposal. But we know that the Mayor is already speaking with charities and the Public Health Unit to explore how this could work in London. So I hope that you, in this year, will be in a position to support it. I think for me this is particularly personal. Many people know that within the LGBT community in London there is an issue with party drugs, especially leading into not only addiction but dealing as well. I've seen too many deaths personally, and maybe your argument would be that they shouldn't have done it, they shouldn't have taken it. But when you're looking at the real person behind that story, when you see all the good that they offered, I don't think they should be judged by that one mistake. And so if we can prevent just one drug death, I think that would be beneficial for London. But the truth as well, as someone that stands here as a mother of 3 boys, is I hope that they never take drugs in their life. But drugs are everywhere in our capital. And yes, I hope that they don't take them. I hope to God that if a police officer sees them and is suspicious, they stop and check them and caution them and take those drugs from them. But as a final resort, I hope that if they couldn't talk to me about it, that they would be able to access a service where someone can tell them that that is literally poison and get them to put it down. This is about tackling the issue of drugs in London from all our angles and making sure we save lives, reduce harm, and get less people taking drugs in our capital. Thank you.
Assembly Member Garbett to second, please.
I second and reserve my right to speak.
Thank you. I now understand that I proposed the budget amendment in my name. It pretty much is what it says on the box, really. This Assembly has been supportive of leaseholders and the plight that so many find themselves in, trapped by conditions on their leasehold, which means that they cannot sell, they cannot move, some are precluded from even subletting, and often facing huge bills for repair work. And they were trapped in this ancient, arcane model of leasehold, which we need to see an end of. But for every single person that's trapped in these prisons, there's somebody struggling to get out, to know what to do, to know how to move forward. And there are no funded services by the mayor to assist those people. Yes, there's stuff on the internet that you can look at, but there's nobody to talk to, nobody to engage with, to try and get through the minefield that might be the conditions of their leasehold, and to ask what kind of advice is really required. I think London has the highest number of leaseholds in the country. It affects an enormous number of people, and yet there is very little to support those leaseholders who are trapped. So what this amendment, this budget-related motion actually calls for is to allocate a sum of money for a leasehold advice centre. So there is somebody to call. Many of these people have been affected by, their mental health has been affected, and they feel trapped and alone. And I'm just asking for a small sum of money to allocate for a service that will prove to them that they are not alone, that there can be help and there can be guidance. And so I move this motion today, confident that we all know, every single one of us probably has constituents who are in this position, and confident that we can move forward on this very important item. Thank you. I now call on Assembly Member Bailey to second, please.
I second and reserve.
Thank you very much. Is there any contributions? Assembly Member Harani.
Thank you, Chair. My colleague will come and speak on the leaseholder motion later, but I just want to give a quick update on our position from the Labour Group on the drug testing motion, which is actually an idea that a concept that we support, but we're just uncomfortable at this stage of the Mayor commissioning and getting involved with NHS services. I think there's definitely a role to play for the Mayor, but whether that should be delivered in partnership with local authorities through the public health system is something different. The Mayor doesn't usually commission public health services or fund it in this way, and it's a new area that we're adding, which will mean contract monitoring, and a lot needs to be worked out before we're at that stage. So we like the idea, but definitely I think it's something we should work together on with our local authority partners and colleagues and NHS partner colleagues, because it is something I know from my work working with public health professionals that it works, and it's something that can benefit Londoners as well. So I'll leave it there.
Assembly Member Moema, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you to you and to Assembly Member Lord Bailey for this motion. I think everybody on this side is Labour and cooperative, and to that end, I think it's really it's welcome that you have brought this. We will be supporting this budget-related motion. Some of the issues that leaseholders face in the capital, as you say, have been long-standing issues like the Grenfell fire and the issues that raised around leasehold costs and charges have really hit many households hard, compounded by the disastrous budget from Liz Truss and the increase in interest rates. What that's done to people's charges and their incomes is really really kind of goes to the core of whether or not people, particularly leaseholders, are struggling to keep a roof over their heads. I do have a question about how you've arrived at the figure of 150,000. It's not to particularly withdraw our support, but just an understanding and interrogate that number. And I would say also that as you are both members of the Housing Committee, we do have the second of a two-part inquiry into leaseholders in London and how that's affecting Londoners. And so whilst I don't want to preempt any recommendations to the Mayor that may come out of that piece of work, we do support both as a Labour group but also as cooperative members. These are issues that we have that we support, and we're happy to lend our votes to it.
Anybody else to speak? Assembly Member Bailey.
Assembly Member Georgiou was
Oh,
indicating as well.
sorry, did you indicate? Assembly Member Georgiou, I'm so sorry.
Can I speak on both?
Yes, speak on what you like. Well, within those parameters.
Do I get 10 minutes? No. Yeah, I think so. So on firstly with the drug testing motion, I feel because I'm about, well, I will abstain. I'll make that clear from now. But just to clarify why that is, because I think part of the problem is that those that are both pro and against what Assembly Member Best and Assembly Member Garbett are suggesting, the debate goes in all sorts of directions depending on people's views. Now, I think I've made clear what sort of conservative I am. Many may cast labels on me, but one thing I am not is a social conservative. And I think for me, part of this debate revolves, as I say, around conflicting messaging. But for me, I completely support the intention behind the motion, but I think there are some issues with it. So part of the debate revolves around this could encourage further drug use. It has legal issues, given the current status of the class of drugs that would fall within these testing centres, which quite frankly is not within the remit of this Assembly, possibly offer a false sense of security for those entering these testing sites, and also could lead to legal loopholes, which could in fact cause further issues for the Met. And for those of you that are lawyers in this, especially Assembly Member Armand, you know, may reflect on the issue that it may get into some of our police if they do enter these premises into. So, as I say, I completely support the intention of what it's trying to do, but then equally, I think there are legal loopholes which need to be explored further. So that's why I'm abstaining. I'm neither pro nor against, and I don't think anybody who does or doesn't speak should diminish the intention behind Assembly Member Best and Assembly Member Garbett's reasons for bringing it in. On the point of the leasehold motion, and I'm not trying to create a false equivalence here, which I am supporting the motion, a false equivalence between rentals and leaseholds. But the way I was raised was that I don't want myself or my children to be paying someone else's mortgage or having to top up a leasehold, and in fact be trapped in a troublesome leasehold in the future, as we're seeing with many tower blocks across London today and the complications that brings. You know, I want my children to get onto the property ladder, and that is becoming increasingly unaffordable, and I hope to God that they never do look towards leasehold properties, because as I say, it may look cheap on paper, and I hope I'm around to give them the advice to say, yes, it is low cost, but if you've got 10 years left, that will come back to bite you in the very near future. So that's why I'm supporting the motion, and I think we need to explore all aspects of housing in this city, because quite frankly, under successive initiatives over successive governments, we've been sold pups such as shared ownership and other forms of housing, which I thoroughly disapprove of. So I'll leave it there, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the time.
Thank you. Anyone else? Assembly Member Bailey, please.
Chair, can I speak to both of you?
You can speak to both.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to speak about Assembly Member Best and Assembly Member Garbett's proposal. Look, nobody can deny that the idea here is to reduce harm. But I speak to this as someone who's been a youth worker for over 38 years. I was a specialist drug worker for 15 of those years. And for me, there's a few ways of perceiving the risk of drugs. There's the risks to the end user, but there's also the risk to the community. And one of the most powerful things around drug use in this country is, they are illegal. And I know that sounds obvious, but when young people are surveyed, huge amounts of those young people say to you, I do not use drugs because they're illegal. If they were made legal, I would at least try. That's a very important thing. And this drug testing runs the risk of normalizing, of legitimizing very serious drug use. Young people have enough peer pressure as it is to avoid drug use, to then give it a legitimization from what for them would be adults, the authorities as they see it, I think is a real serious risk. That's the risk to the user, a risk that I wouldn't take. When anybody proposes anything about drugs, my reaction is, what does it do to the community? If you legitimize drug use, you will sell more of those drugs. That means more pandemonium, more break-ins, and in my particular community's world, more deaths. This morning when Amir and I spoke about county lines, let's be clear, we're largely speaking about young black children selling drugs. It might be an uncomfortable truth, but it is true. And wherever you increase the need for drugs, you increase the risk for those children to be taken away, to be trafficked into that work. So I accept that these drug users have a problem, but for me, they have less of a problem than it would create turmoil in my community and many of the communities that you have all been elected to represent. And also, I think the mayor needs to be careful about using taxpayers' money to legitimize a service where people will be attending with very illegal substances. And I'll give you a scenario. If somebody buys some illegal drugs, has them tested, it's decided they're high-grade drugs, you've now given a kite mark to a drug dealer. Is that something we should be doing? I very much doubt that. I very much doubt that. When you speak to homeless young people, drugs is always somewhere in the background. Let's be a society that makes drugs harder to come by, not easier to come by. Chair, I move on to speak about our motion. Look, I don't know how many of you have had conversations with people who have leases. Many of the leases in London are short-term. People are trapped in really serious, life-changing financial situations because our lease system is archaic, it is mean, and it is unfair. It is actually feudal. I was told off for using that word in the chamber, in the Lords, and I said it again, because it is actually feudal. You could not get our current system off the ground today. It is feudal. Things like forfeiture are so out of order, it's unbelievable. So if the mayor could put a little money aside to give people the knowledge to deal with their lease, and I'd actually ask for people to be aware of a lease before they even take it on. Oftentimes it's too late when you're trapped in it legally. This could make a significant difference to millions of Londoners. Most of the leases in this country are in London because we have so many flats. If you're a young person looking to get on a housing ladder, you effectively have no choice. If you can find a flat for sale in London that isn't with a lease, congratulations. And if you can find one that's affordable, then you really should let me know. I'd have to say one thing. I hesitate to support the mayor, but yeah, but in lease terms, things that he's in charge of, he took charge of those things and he extended all the leases and he did it in the right way for the right reason. So I really hope that he keeps down that line and supports this, which is, quite frankly, a too tiny piece of money. I wish we could have asked for more. So I really commend this to you. Andrew and I separated it out so you didn't have to deal with the tricky politics of it all. This is something that millions of Londoners alive today and yet to be born would thank you for. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, and I think what's the audio?
Assemblymember Garbett as well, Chair, isn't that right?
Before me, that's right. Assemblymember Garbett first. Thank you.
Thank you. Last year I was in this chamber, but I was on the other side in the gallery when I watched Assembly Member Boff and Best put this motion to the Assembly last year, and I was really moved by how many people supported it, because this is an essential service that places like Bristol have got and all around Europe, drug checking and drug testing. It was supported in the Reducing Drug Death Health Committee report in 2022. And I do understand people's concerns about people using drugs. They are dangerous if not taken with the right advice and in dangerous quantities. But that drug checking and drug testing is exactly what we need to support people to understand the risks around taking drugs. And like Assemblymember Best presented, drug checking leads to decreased deaths, decreased use, increased access to health support, and provides police intelligence around substances that are really dangerous. And we know with nitazines coming into the drug supply, especially the opioid drug supply and the increase in drug deaths, it's really important that we're getting as much information as possible and that people know what they're taking and how dangerous those substances are. To Assemblymember Harani's point, the loop services, the drug checking services, are mainly run by volunteers who are health informed and health educated and lab testing people. It's mainly like a lab service and then some health advice, which is in line with lots of services that local authorities do provide, so kind of HIV services, sexual health and drug treatment services. We've also been talking about how it's in line with the new drug and alcohol treatment funds that are coming down from the Office of Health and Inequality Disparities, and how supporting this now makes real sense because it's in line with that new funding that's coming down for local authorities. I know there was some comments about the legalities, but obviously since last time that this motion was in this chamber, we've had the Bristol service as well as Drumsheds testing. So Drumsheds being the big daytime and nighttime economy venue who have been doing drug testing as well. So we've brought this back because things have moved on and there is a good time to support this. And as Assemblymember Best said, there is support from the police in Bristol about how this is really an essential part of them being able to meet their national and local strategies. So I think it's a shame that I'm hearing that more people can't support this time, considering it was bought last time. The drug crisis is even more acute now with more people dying year on year. And the fact that this is happening in Bristol, so I don't see why we can't do this in London and treat drug users with the same compassion and link them up with the health services that they need. So I really hope that people do think about the work that's been done on this assembly around drug checking, the fact that this is happening in other cities and supports this being implemented in London. And then to move on to the leaseholder, I completely agree with this. I think that it is a feudal system. I think that the fact that ground rents can be set at any level, the phantom invoices can appear, and we need to be showing that we're completely on the side of people in these situations. It does lead legislative change, but in the meantime, the Mayor should be doing as much as he can to support leaseholders. I do think, as Assemblymember Moema was saying, it'd be good to see some specifics, but we support the principle. Thank you.
Thank you. I now need to sum up on my amendment, and just to pick up, I welcome the support, thank you so much. That figure pitches about 2 to 3 members of staff, not sure the duration of their working week, but it would cover a support line for a period of time, and obviously we'd review that after its operation to see whether or not that was adequate, whether or not, but that's what was originally in my mind, 2 to 3 members. And if you don't mind, I'm just going to turn my attention to the other, even though I proposed the original amendment. At some point, I hear what's being said by members and about they generally support the idea of drug testing. I just want to say to them, if not now, when? If not now, when? And you've spoken supportively of the idea. Do we have to wait till the next budget meeting next year, when we will be bringing it back again next year? I can assure you we will. And at some point, the Assembly's got to say, we value the lives of Londoners more than we value our own ideas of morality. And people shouldn't be taking drugs. I'm sorry, they shouldn't. I'm actually going to Drumsheds next month. That'll bring the average age up. I'm going to Drumsheds next month to see for myself, I'll probably do a bit of dancing, but to see for myself what the situation is. These are young people who have made a stupid decision in their life. Have we never, is there anybody here who hasn't made a stupid decision in their life? And didn't you want to be kept safe from the implications of that stupid decision you've made? There is a kind of idea that people who are promoting this in some way want young people to have greater access to drugs. Nothing could be further from the truth. But you've got to accept the reality of the world we live in. And there are drugs here. London itself is the cocaine capital of the world. We have synthetic drugs coming into the market. And I would address Assembly Member Lord Bailey. Absolutely they shouldn't be having it. But the fact of the matter is, when I was a councillor and a youth worker in Hackney, it was easier for a child to get hold of drugs, of cannabis, of high-potency cannabis, than it was for them to get hold of alcohol or tobacco. It was easier. I didn't want them to have any of that stuff. But we have got to protect young people. Young people do stupid things. And we've got to make sure that we can protect them from that. The alternative is to wait until they've poisoned themselves and in the hospital or the morgue. Those are the choices we have to make. What do you think is important? Your view of drugs, your personal view of drugs, or the protection of young people in this city? I know which way I'm voting on this, because I care for the young people in this city. I care for their stupid mistakes, and I don't want them to make any more. And I just quickly will address Assembly Member Hourani, who talked about it being local. This would be done in partnership with local authorities. I proposed these 2 drug centres many years ago now, and I keep bringing it back to this Assembly. And when I went to the substance abuse units, as they used to be called, in north and south of the river, and I said, do you think this would help? They virtually bit my hand off. Yes, those local drug services need this. And they need it because they need to know what drugs are being distributed amongst young people. They need the data, they need the intelligence. And this is a step forward. But you can be absolutely sure, if you don't vote for it today, it will come back next year, and the year after, and the year after, until we can protect our children. Thank you. Assembly Member Best, please.
Thank you. I have to say I'm disappointed the Labour group aren't going to support this today after what we spoke about last year. And I think actually that if you can stick by that commitment and next year work with us for a proposal, a budget-related motion, so it doesn't have to be an amendment the Mayor has to live and die by, then I would appreciate that, because that's the commitment you made today. I hope that is something you stick to, that you want to work towards that and have a position you agree with. At any point you could have put an amendment in to this budget-related motion, and it's disappointing that we didn't do that. Because we are going to get there. The Mayor is making positive noises, and I do think the Assembly should be part of talking about how that happens in practice. I think to get on to a couple of the other points made, I think the debate gets a little distracted. None of the things that were presented by Assembly Member Georgiou have happened in reality. We can deal on the fact that these pilots exist. There's no evidence to support an increase in drugs. In fact, where there's been pilot centres, drug taking has decreased, as the statistics show. And again, I go back to the data which shows you that there's been up to 25% reduction in drug harm. There's been over 50% drop in dosage taken. And there's been 96% of people that have never seen a health professional getting to see one again. There hasn't been a single legal issue. And I come back to the important point as well. The police support this. I believe the police should have all the tools that they need, be that facial recognition, be that stop and search, be that scan and search. I would give the police every single tool that they want to do their jobs, because I trust them to do that. And if they say that this works and it's part of the arsenal that they can use, in our community, then I trust that and I want to give them that tool because I support the police. If the Met Police didn't support this, if they didn't find it helpful, well, that is the point of a pilot, that is the point of working it out, then it wouldn't go forward. I'd say as well that in cities across the UK, across Europe, there is just ample evidence that none of the other arguments we've heard has been come to fruition. I don't really understand the equivalence of having a health initiative promoting the legalisation of drug. That's a false equivalent straw man. If you're saying that that legitimises drug use, we should stop giving methadone at clinics, we should stop providing services like Talk to Frank. If that's what you believe, then that's a different point. But actually suggesting this legitimises drug taking is a false equivalence to draw. And I think it's also important to stick on the fact that it's a massive leap from providing a service that, by the very criteria the Home Office sets, the users need to be dependent, addicted users. It's very false equivalence to draw that with promoting that as a lifestyle for young children. The evidence is clear that this reduces drug harm. That is what we want. There is no evidence to suggest that it promotes drug use. There is no evidence to suggest that this has led to other cities taking a pathway to legalising drugs across Europe or in the UK. But this is a simple step. I'm disappointed today that Labour haven't amended it, but I hope that you're serious about working on a proposal for next year. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll take...
Thank you.
Which one first?
Yeah, so votes in favour of budget-related motions now, Chair. So the first vote is on, it's on in the motions in the order in which they were moved. So that means the first vote is on the budget-related motion in the name of Assembly Member Best around drug testing. Votes for budget-related motions are by a simple show of hands unless any single member requests an alphabetical roll call vote. So therefore, can I please see votes in favour of the motion in the name of Assembly Member Best around drug testing? Votes in favour, please. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 votes in favour, Chair. Can I see votes against, please? That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That is 12 votes against, Chair. That motion falls, and we move on to the votes on the next budget-related motion. This is the budget-related motion in the name of Assembly Member Boff that relates to Leasehold Advice Centre. Please, can I see those votes in favour? That is that unanimous? I think that's unanimous.
Yes,
Thank you.
yes.
That is agreed. Thank you, Chair. In that case, if you could bear with me a moment, and I will just move to the next stage. No, as we mentioned earlier, no budget amendments have been agreed.
Do we have to ask for any further budget amendments?
Yeah, well, has any member got any further budget amendment for budget-related motions? Sorry, no.
I mean,
Okay.
you're having so much fun. I thought. No, okay.
Thank you. Please, can I ask members, so the substantive motion before you now is to approve the final draft consolidated budget for 2025-26 without amendment. Please, can I see votes in favour of that motion? So that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 votes in favour, Chair. Can I see votes against, please? That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 votes against, Chair. So that is carried. Just to explain the outcome of the consideration of the budget. So, no budget amendments have been agreed and the substantive motion has been agreed. That means that the Assembly is deemed by paragraph 8.6 of Schedule 6 to the GLA Act 1999 to have approved the final draft consolidated budget without amendment. And that concludes the Assembly's consideration of the final draft consolidated budget, Chair. I know we have a few more items of business.
Can I ask the Assembly, that's now complete, can I ask the Assembly formally to receive the Mayor's report covering the period 3rd of January to 11th of February 2025? Can I ask the Assembly to note that, as previously agreed by the Assembly, all questions submitted at this meeting under the Mayor's question time procedure will receive a written response on the 28th of February 2025. Can I ask the Assembly to note the recent decisions in respect to the confirmation hearings, namely the action taken by me as Chair of the Assembly in consultation with party group leaders to agree to hold confirmation hearings for Amanda Parker and Tom Slay to the Mayor's Cultural Leadership Board, and confirmation hearing committee's decision further to its meeting held on the 3rd of February 2025 to agree to recommend that the Mayor should proceed with its appointment of Amanda Parker and Tom Slay to the role of co-chairs of the Mayor's Cultural Leadership Board. And can I also ask the Assembly to note the response from the Mayor to the Confirmation Hearings Committee decision as attached at Appendix 2. The date of the next meeting will be on the 6th of March here at 10 a.m. There is no other urgent business, but I'd like to say thank you to Brandon for standing up there for the entire duration, and Daniel as well, for the entire duration, and thank you very much for your help in resolving our little temporary difficulties. That being said, I now call the meeting to an end.